much for your patience. We apologize for the late start. We wanted to ensure that we had a few more students before we began. So thank you again for your patience. To start, we want to say welcome and thank you. Please rise for the national anthem. Please be seated. Thank you. Salutations, Senator Janice Allen, Mr. Robin Russell, President of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, Mr. Adam Stewart, Executive Chairman of Sandals Resorts International, Mr. Oral Heaven, President of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Patrick Pendergast, Director, University of the West Indies Mona, Western Jamaica Campus, esteemed moderator and panelists, representatives of our sponsors, noted tourism writer and wearer of many hats, Ms. Janet Silvera, teachers, students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. We, the third-year students of Tourism Management at Mona School of Business and Management at the University of the West Indies Mona, Western Jamaica Campus, are beyond happy to host you at this Jamaica Youth Tourism Summit, which is a test on various levels. Firstly, the summit is an academic undertaking for which we are all being graded. Secondly, the summit is a test of our skills in the realest of ways, having been taken through the rudiments of events management, theoretically, and in the most practical way possible of staging of this initiative. The summit is also a test of our abilities to work together as a team, where we are discovering our strengths and weaknesses and really pulling together as a unit to ensure success of this undertaking, which should have a far-reaching positive effects for academia and tourism industry. From the outset, we want to recognize our sponsors for their support in making this event a possibility. The Montego Bay Convention Center, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, MBJ Airport Limited, Digicel, Life Call Ambulance Service, Thai Flora Lux, Hanover Bee Farmers Cooperative Society, VIP Attractions, Limitless Designs and Printing, Giggles Imaging and Video Production, A76 Beachwear, and Rhythm FM. We are grateful for the support of everyone participating in the program this morning. Our speakers, main speakers, moderator and panelists, about whom you will be hearing much more as the program progresses, and you, the attendees, who considered it worthwhile to attend. Today's summit is being guided by the theme, Future-Proofing Tourism for Us. Who is the us? We are speaking about primarily millennials, Generation Z, and Generation Alpha, who want to have a greater stake in Jamaica's tourism industry at all levels. We, who want to have a greater stake in Jamaica's tourism industry at all levels. We want to be entrepreneurs in and managers of tourism entities in our country. We are hoping today's deliberation will highlight developments and opportunities for youth in the lucrative industry, place some focus on inclusivity and sustainability, workplace quality, application of new technology in the industry, funding for tourism business startup, entrepreneurship, and hope for the future. We trust you will be well informed and entertained and depart from this event having an increased interest in how we can all contribute to the continued development of the Jamaica's tourism industry. I now invite our team leader, Ms. Tasania Samuels, to give the project overview. Please help me welcome her.
Good morning, everyone. Research shows that the top 5 reasons people visit Jamaica are warm weather and warm smiles from our friendly and welcoming people, our beaches, great food, reggae music, and our vibrant culture. When locals are asked about the tourism industry, the average person will simply say that tourists come to Jamaica to stay in hotels and travel around the island to see our well-known attractions. Our visitors and locals have different perspectives in the industry. Our visitors and locals have different perspectives of the industry as expected. However, both perspectives are limited in scope, as they fail to capture the passion of youth in Jamaica who want to be involved in the tourism industry at varying levels, but need to be made aware of the opportunities inherent. In addition to the lack of understanding of the industry, the pandemic showed its vulnerabilities primarily by job insecurities in the event of a major crisis. As a team, we came to the realization that in order to safeguard the future of Jamaica's tourism industry, we need to play our part in addressing these concerns. We are focused on informing the youth of the country about the value of tourism to Jamaica and how they can use their skills and talents to support the sustainability of the sector. We will also be using this opportunity to highlight the issues and concerns with the industry. Hence, 12 ambitious ladies, including myself, organized this summit under the direction of our lecturer, Ms. Suzette Brown. We are thrilled that our sponsors and speakers, and panelists, of course, who are tourism stakeholders, decided to work with us on this project. My team members are Amanda Dawkins, Jody Ann Coates, Keshana Malcolm, Lori Ann Lewis, Morgan Francis, Shoyan Smith, Serena Buchanan, Shanice Carr, Shanoy Gordon, Susanna Grant, Tiona Williams, and yours truly, Tasania Samuels. Our speakers were carefully selected to present on the important aspects of tourism and to convey information on how crucial it is for Jamaica's youth to actively contribute to the continued development of the country's future through tourism. Thank you. Ms. Malcolm?
Thank you, Tasania, for that outstanding presentation. It was the most insightful. We'll now invite Dr. Patrick Pendergast, Director of the University of the West Indies, Mona, Western Jamaica campus, to share his remarks. Please help me welcome him.
Is it possible to have this here? Can you all hear me? Thank you very much. I've been given 10 minutes. I prepared for 5, so I'll use 8. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen all, there are 2 levels at which I want to locate my brief remarks this morning. One is at the youth level, for obvious reasons, and the other is at the education level. However, while this is where I'm pitching my remarks, I want us to frame our focus on workplace and workforce quality and where the youth fall in ensuring both. I also want us to focus on policies as distinct from practice and how education, higher education in particular, impact both policy and practice. The big question for me really is, how do higher educational institutions such as UWI add value to the tourism workforce? And secondly, how do we drive higher thinking about policies? So let me start by posing a simple argument. If our young people are to see a future in tourism, then tourism must position itself as an industry with tremendous potential for growth, upward mobility, and the achievement of both individual and community success. In other words, improving well-being and livelihood for broader populations must become obvious to both the individual and the community. The basis of that argument is a recognition of Maslow's theory of needs, which simply says that human beings are motivated by some basic needs, physiological needs, being able to breathe, to feed and shelter self, the need for safety and security. We hear a lot of conversation about that on a daily basis, but not just simply safety and security in terms of just living, but living healthily, living with a sense of ownership and being engaged in productive endeavor. Everybody wants to feel that they have some kind of property, and importantly, stability. And young people, I know, will speak a lot about stability. Interestingly, regardless of where they are from, what is it? Generation X to Alpha. Right? And of course, there are the higher level needs of love and belonging, identity, friendships, intimacy, connection. We have been witnessing a lot of negative consequences of the recent collective disconnect and isolation. And we hear people talk about the mental drain, the deficit in social relationships, and the threats to our already weak social capital. But there are also needs in relation to self-esteem, building confidence, achieving, having respect for others, and to top it all, the need to self-actualize, to have a moral compass, to be creative, innovative, spontaneous, to manifest your potential. All of us as human beings are driven by these basic needs. And as we talk about the case of hospitality and tourism, there's a case for uncovering the basic need for eat and travel. But there's an innate sense of curiosity about life and potential. And for today's youth, who are not only eager to see that clear path to success, but interestingly are impatient to get there. So we have to be mindful of that as we plan for the future. So at this Youth Tourism Summit, I call on the industry to do more in presenting itself as that viable and sustainable path to a brighter future. At the same time, I say to the youth, embrace your role and responsibility in making your chosen path not only meaningful and productive for you, but also one that others will want to follow. The opportunities created for you and by you today are the foundations upon which you become tomorrow's leaders. And that is why I want to speak a little bit about education. So important. It is so important for us to recognize that there is a responsibility in education to build capacities, to develop the competencies in and among our youth population for the hospitality and tourism sectors. But we have to be consistent in exposing the standards, the values, and the competencies that bring about extraordinary workforce and workplace experience. Let me say that again. We have to be deliberate. And I'm being deliberate and pointed in saying our students, our instructors, our lecturers, our professors must be consistent in their exposure of the values that make for high quality workforce and high quality workplace experience. And in developing that culture of success, we must seek always to promote a mindset where work quality is prime for both the individual and the organization. So we must seek to consistently strengthen our time management, improve our communication skills, and master our professionalism. We must be reliable in the completeness of our work, our commitment to the work, and in our application of standards, safety standards, policies at the workplace. We must be positive in our attitude, positive in our aptitude, and positive in our initiative. And we must be confident and resolute in creating those opportunities for collaborative engagement at all levels, including decision making. And the youth will talk a lot about that. Being engaged in empowerment exercises that don't necessarily take them to the point of participating in the decision making process. That is why we at UWI, in our very rigorous review of our hospitality and tourism program, we have to remind ourselves, I will say underline, underscore, that a university education is about bringing value to competencies. It is about the application of the right attitude to enhancing the requisite aptitude. It is about value added. So university education is about, yes, finding that critical balance between the theoretical and the practical, as you heard the students mention in their opening. It is about ensuring that we understand what is the power of knowledge, the power of research, and the power of innovation. And that is why the future of tourism education at UWI Mona Western Jamaica campus must be shamelessly immersive, boldly innovative, fiercely driving policy direction and strategy development, and confidently building and sustaining an industry where it is not just about the smell of the food, but the taste of the food, to paraphrase Suleiman. It is not just about hospitality, it is also about service. It is not just about the destination, it is also about the journey to surpassing expectations. It is about the inspiration, the motivation, the achievement, the quality of becoming. The industry needs our youth, but we have a responsibility to prepare the youth to meet all levels of needs, not only at the individual and personal level, but as a significant player in meeting the needs of the industry and the wider society. That is why I take this opportunity to support the recent call for greater collaboration and partnership between those in the industry, but also critically between the industry and our higher education institutions. You see, I agree with Gudici, who says, universities as sources of innovative thinking and change at the highest level must play a critical role in building the capacity of tourism students and future managers to lead an industry facing increasing pressures to become responsible stewards now and in the future. We at UWI Mona Western Jamaica campus are always ready to engage in endeavors that enhance the value of both the instruction and direction of the tourism industry. Let us do it with and for the youth. Let us do it with a mindset for sustained transformation. Let us do it now for the future. Thank you, and all the best with today's Youth Summit on Tourism.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pendergast, for your profound words and continued support. Mahogany Dance Ensemble will now entertain us. Please help me welcome them.
Try about him, he made a mess up. Step up, it's a old. You sign, you dance a lick, in your hand in the ear, then move to the drum and make it on the key. Step forward and come up back. I just a new style where the whole place I do. Rap, bogle, dance, come music sweet, yo. Bogle around the place night and day. So just do bogle dance, some of your tune I play. Angie and Beverly, them a bogle dancer. Diane can't do it, but she still want fall, still
want. Wagwan family.
Me there in the world, boss, so I pray.
Tell them no, fresh every day and such. It up them no. Why tell them me love. We get girl no. Not only don't. Bad man people don't like me. I saw he go. Me know. Money me a look fine now.
Well, no. Y'all a brace funny thing. Me press out when me smoking. Apple vodka me drinking. When me name pimp.
Oh.
Why pre?
Get to you to reach. But when you reach don't sweet. Nobody move like we. Don't bother to me no fish. Get to you to me have thing. It a me wish. Touch a put food on me dish. Me say something like this.
Well, no. Y'all a brace funny thing. Me press out when me smoking. Apple vodka me drinking. When me name pimping.
Oh.
Why pre?
Hola, the girl them me love. We get girl no. Not only don't turn it up. We a bad man in the club. Bad man people no like me. I saw he go. Let go me no. Money me a look fine no.
Well, no. Y'all a brace funny thing. Me press out when me smoking. Apple vodka me drinking. When me name pimping.
Oh.
Why pre?
Get to you to reach. But when you reach don't sweet. Nobody move like we. Don't alone, but I don't need no fish. Get a load of me have things. It a me wish, it a me wish. Jaja put food on me dish. So me say something like this.
Well, I know. Y'all a brace funny thing. Me press off when me smoking. Apple vodka me drinking. But me name pimping. Why pre?
Wait, pattern a bird season. Yeah, man, DJ a bird season, you know. Yeah. Our monster there. Pie. Oh, monster there. Hey, me never used to sing dancing song. No, me sing dancing song the work that. I mean name Lali Shati. Everybody remember me from 2018. I mean did
come on, everybody put your hands up, hands up.
Dirt bongs. I mean sing tip in a hip monster. Up a dance, everybody learn me. Hey, Lego the bird, 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 hey, Lego the bird, hey. Watch your junk girl, and a eager. Catch your junk girl, and a eager. Catch your junk girl, and a eager. Catch it, hey, catch your dip. Is that a normal dip? Watch butter skin a dip. And him ice them a drip. Hey, catch a dip. Is it a normal dip? Watch butter skin a dip. And him ice them a drip.
It's a fool dog. Fool dog. Back off a flying bird.
After the show, it's after party there. After the party, it's hotel lobby there. After the NSC, we burn a one spliff. And after couple magnum, a gal, I forget it. Yes, man, back it up, the kid have money I spend. All of my team, they also show the whole of your friend. Matalan, no signal to me, sending back on 10. While everybody a show, three of us, them at it again. So watch the bones, hop, skip your enemy there. Swing your one from left to right, me know the saga mad there. Beat them like a whipping on me, and me now look my friend. Enough of them, you hear a talk when them see we them not in nothing. Bones, hop, make sure you swing your one there. When them come to you with argument, make sure you run them. Happy, I live a life, I make money, we not a problem. I bag a chat, I make I say them bad, we not look at them. Bones, so you feel bones. Bones, so you feel bones. Kyrie, try your bones to this. Uptown dancers, we are not done to this. Dancing are just fun, it and a mathematics. Anyway, me go, me a the general in a this. But I scan, me a beg you to check your left for me. In our side, tell us me say come here to me. Tisha, Rebel DC, I'm pretty. I feel the touch and I go tell me say they want money. So watch the bones, hop, skip your enemy there. Swing your one from left to right, me know the saga mad there. Beat them like a whipping on me and me now look my friend. Enough of them, you hear a talk when them see we them not in nothing. Bones, hop, make sure you swing your one there. When them come to you with argument, make sure you run them. Happy, I live a life, I make money, we not a problem. I bag a chat, I make I say them bad, we not look at them. Diesel have a bag of girl, I cuss them in a Mayan. Say them want to take my throne, them can't run me collar. Foot a brush, you gon' get Disney pay for the Louis V. Then you just be the start and them a ball, them a go stick away. But me no one safe and no dancing, you see run out of me. Legend for the new school accidents, as them a Italy. Cool take off a teacher, fling your shoulders over Germany. Ding dang in every picnic vein, so now them can't get rid of watch the bones. Hop, skip your enemy there. Swing your one from left to right, me know the saga mad there. Beat them like a whipping on me and me now look my friend. Enough of them, you hear a talk when them see we them not in nothing. Bones, hop, make sure you swing your one there. When them come to you with argument, make sure you run them. Happy, I live a life, I make money, we not a problem. I bag a chat, I make I say them bad, we not look at them. Bones. One alphabet worldwide, we take it over. Ravers, Bones. So you feel bones. 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 So you feel bones.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mahogany Dance Ensemble. I hope you guys were entertained. It sounds like you were. Yes? No? Yes? So say yes. Were you entertained? That's it. Perfect. We will now, Senator Allen, we are going to be introducing her. So to convey greetings, please help me welcome Senator Janice Allen, opposition spokesperson on tourism and linkages. She lives by the philosophy, everything will be okay in the end, and if it's not okay, it's not the end.
adjustment. I feel hard. You want to put it over here? Okay. More students coming in. This is so high. I'm so short. Morning. Oh, from you. I might have to move. Yeah, I might have to. Thank you so much. Oh, that's better. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you so much. For special, I feel like saying our because I feel like I'm a part of this organization. I must start off by saying it's amazing, very impressive what we've seen so far from these students. When I found out this morning that this whole event was being put on, being staged by 12 young women under the leadership of their lecturer, Suzette Brown, I really thought it was an outside company that had put this on and they are just presenting. So I must say congratulations on a job well done. It is obvious that the future of our industry is in very good hands. I'm seated beside the president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, who is next to Mr. Adam Stewart, and then you have the head of the Chamber of Commerce, the regional director for the Jamaica Tourism, the person who they say is head involved in everything, Janet, and so many other important people in the industry. Is a testament of the value that the industry places on youth. Our industry and tourism thrives on the need, as we heard earlier, for people to travel and experience food and culture and all of these amazing things. But at the root of it all is people. And the people, you are the future of that experience. So I'm very interested in hearing what you have to say on your impression and your expectation of tourism. Because if we don't listen to you, we can't make a future for the industry. The reality is that our industry is a major contributor to our economy. And therefore it's vital, it's critical that you help to, not only are you going to help to design what the future looks like, but you also can appreciate where it is right now, the opportunities and the potential for it. The fact is, we've heard, I'm sure all of you have heard, announcements upon announcements of the growth in the industry and the investment in the industry. One of our major investors right here, Mr. Stewart, and also Mr. Russell, who are participants in the industry. When you see the growth that is taking place, it means that the opportunities are endless. So we have to help you to appreciate that tourism is not just sometimes what we are quick to think tourism is. Tourism is accounting. Tourism is planning. Tourism is culinary arts. It is also graphic design. It's advertising. It's psychology. It's understanding what people want and preparing and giving them what they want. Sometimes creating the need that they don't even know that they have. Tourism is all of that. It is policy development. And so all of you will be participants in that. What I do hope is that next year's event will have at least 2 young men part of it. Because if we're not careful, our future is not balanced in terms of the participation of young women and young men. And for us to have a balanced future and to raise families and develop communities, all of you, all the men and the women have to be participants. So I am here to learn from you as much as we expect that you might learn something from us. Because this, to me, is an amazing, wonderful indication that you have an interest in your country and the future of Jamaica. We must find ways to retain the best of you. And so that's what we are here for. I believe those are my 5 minutes. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the participation going forward. Good morning.
Senator Allen, thank you. We were encouraged by your words and the fact that you did not hesitate to share with us. I'll be hearing from our first main speaker and team member Morgan, we'll be hearing from our first main speaker, and our team member Morgan will introduce him officially. Please help me welcome Morgan.
Good morning, everyone. So, Mr. Robin Russell is the newly minted president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, the powerful tourism stakeholder organization. His involvement in the tourism industry betters his youthful look. His career started in the food service industry at his family-owned landmark restaurant, Pier 1 on the waterfront, where he served as general manager for 10 years before founding and operating Robin's Prime Steakhouse on the Hip Strip. He then served as general manager of Coral Cliff Hotel while it was under the ownership of Supreme Ventures Limited. His performance in that role further prepared him to take on the mantle of director and general manager for Deja Resort, thank you, on the Hip Strip, a family-owned and operated entity that has emerged as a leader in the hospitality industry. Under his leadership, the resort and its team members have won numerous service excellence and travel awards. Mr. Russell is a Justice of the Peace who previously served as JHTA chapter chairman and now serves on several boards and committees and is a director of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to give a warm welcome to Mr. Russell.
Morning, everyone. I feel it. Podium a little big. Thank you all for inviting me here. And wow, you guys look good. I have to admit, I like it. Mr. Dr. Stewart. Dr. Prendergast, Senator Allen, wow, you guys. I bring you greetings from the Council and membership of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association. It is indeed my pleasure to be addressing you, the future of our tourism industry. Tourism is a fundamental sector of our economy and diverse benefits Jamaica's holistic development. It is very important that we know this. The Jamaican economy grew by 5.7%. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. And this was led by tourism, which grew by over 55%. Behave yourself. I think this speaks to the magnitude of the impact the industry has on our nation and our people. It is our duty then to maintain and even increase the value and the viability of such a potent sector of our industry. It is the responsibility of all of us to future-proof tourism. And I say that to say we play a critical role in achieving today's theme, future-proofing tourism for us. The World Tourism Organization has defined sustainable tourism development as tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic and social and environmental impacts while addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. Tourism sustainability must work in tandem, and for this reason, we at the GHTA keep sustainability at the forefront of what we do. Sustainability manifests itself in several ways. such as workplace quality, entrepreneurship, tourism policies, application of technology, and funding integration. First and most importantly, the workforce, as mentioned before, is the pillar that supports the entire industry. This is why it is imperative that tourism stakeholders create an environment that is conducive to employment, employee satisfaction, and retention. And this is no more evident than after COVID, where pundits now call it the Great Resignation, where worldwide companies are scrambling to cope with labor shortages. And I made a comment recently, which was carried in the press. Senator Allen, big up yourself. and it has brought robust discussions. I would like to clarify, I never said hotel workers shouldn't get paid more money. I said caution should be exercised if wages across the industry were to be raised. And let me clarify that to say, if wages across an industry should be looked at. And let me expound. Hotels set their rates 1 to 2 years in advance because we deal with groups and tour operators which need to have forward bookings because people book that far in advance, especially our groups. What does that mean? That means that our income is set and cannot be varied. It means that this income is then budgeted for. The wages are the largest expense of any hotel industry. And if we raise those wages indiscriminately, without raising income, you run the risk of bankrupting the business and putting the entire industry at risk. What I am suggesting is that each business will have to look at how they increase wages and benefits in their own way and still maintain profitability, because there is the challenge of the rising cost of living and the maintaining of that workforce. Also, persons think that the hotel sector are those big pretty properties across the street that Mr. Stewart owns. But they're not. They're not. We are still, the core of the hotel business is still the small entrepreneur, between 5 and 50 rooms. And some of these small properties are just seeing their way back after COVID. And a major additional expense like this might be the nail in their coffin, and they may never recover. And lastly, and probably most importantly, we compete on the international market with countries like Domrep and Mexico, which have cheaper rates than us because they have cheaper expenses than us. And I'm not only talking wages, because they do pay lower wages. I'm talking about utilities. We still have a very high utility cost in Jamaica. We're talking import duties. And these are things that allow them to be there. So we cannot just increase our rates because then we become less competitive in a market that we already look like we're too expensive. So again, I say caution. I'm cognizant also that we live in a time of instant gratification where you will have to choose between steady, sustained growth and the peaks and valleys of unsustained gains. Cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, scamming, becoming social media influencers, OnlyFans, FTX, all seem very attractive. However, true wealth is never achieved quickly or easily. Napoleon Hill once said, "The man who does more than he's paid for will soon be paid more than he does." The man who does more than he's paid for now will soon be paid more than he does. My bit of advice is never look at the salary you're making now. Look at what your CEO, look at what your managers, look at what Mr. Stewart managers driving the Audis and the Benzes to, not Benz, BMW, sorry sir. to work and work towards that. Always strive for excellence and upward advancement, and work with industries like tourism, which encourage that growth. Hard work is the only way to true sustained wealth. Which brings me to entrepreneurship. We see how entrepreneurship within this industry increases the diversity of our product. The importance of entrepreneurship to the industry is illustrated through the JHTA membership. We have hotels, we have car rentals, we have small accommodation, purveyors, airlines, restaurants, clubs, to name a few. The future-proof tourism industry is contingent on your ability to sufficiently cater to our tourist needs. But let me say, tourism has the potential to allow every person in this room to achieve your goals. If, let's imagine, close your eyes and imagine, if you were able to invent one product, or you were able to sell one product, and you could sell that one product for just $1 US, and you could sell that one product for $1 US to 10% of the tourists that came to Jamaica. That would translate to $400,000 US in sales, or over 60 million Jamaican dollars. Yes. This is how we future-proof tourism. We cannot achieve these goals without collaboration, and it is a key piece to the puzzle of sustainable development and growth. Tourism leaders must work closely with government bodies and tourism entities to adequately advocate for the industry and implement mutual beneficial policies. Some future-proofing tourism policies emanate from Linkages Network, and I'm sure Dr. Stewart will tell us all later about how linkages work and the importance of linkages to our industry. And COVID did teach us how important it was to work together as a team. And as a country, when we needed to open, we came together, both government and the private sector, and were able to create protocols to allow us to open safely, while keeping our economy open and thousands of people working. This is future-proofing tourism for us. We all know that the increasing use of technology is inevitable. Therefore, the application of technology within the industry is a relevant aspect to sustainable development. It is absolutely important that we utilize this technology appropriately. Recently, the JHTA, along with CADMOS and the JERA project, launched a solar initiative. These are initiatives that we look to become cleaner and to become more sustainable and more self-reliant. However, the potential in tech is endless when you consider social media content creators, IT support services, hosting online webinars, trade shows, website maintenance, and it is very important that you all fully embrace this new trend and bring it to our industry. You are who we look for when it comes to technology. We're too old for that now. Sorry to say. Right, Dr. Prendergrass? Right, Doc? We all know finding financial, I would say, institutions to invest in our dreams has always been an issue in Jamaica. We all know the challenges with getting a loan, apart from a car loan. No business plan, no financial statements. But we see where large hotels, resorts are owned by overseas entities, and we see how they contribute to the Jamaican economy. That is the same investment that must continue to happen with our small properties and our service providers. Only through capital investment will we truly see the true potential of what Jamaica has to offer. I'm heartened by the interest Exim Bank, IDB, DBJ, and a lot of the Jamaican financial institutions are now seeing in tourism. And I commend them and applaud them, and I hope they will continue this trend. This provides the opportunity for us to grow. This is how we future-proof tourism. We cannot adequately explore workplace quality, tourism policies, application of technology, funding integration, and entrepreneurship. Without hope, without a hope for the hope for industry must be demonstrated and not talked about. It must be demonstrated and not talked about through effective management, social and sustainable development, cultural awareness, and environmental considerations. Ultimately, we can future-proof tourism by subscribing to the pillars of tourism by your Honorable Minister, who once pointed out. Tapping into new markets, developing new products, promoting investment, building partnerships, and the renewal of human capital. We future-proof tourism by adhering to these pillars and taking individual and collective responsibility for the activities within our sector. Future-proofing tourism for us begins with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. You were informative and you were inspiring. I hope we all learned something. Okay, thank you so much for sticking with us. Now, to lighten the mood, we are going to be doing our giveaways, our first giveaways from one of our sponsors, Digicel, before we welcome the second main speaker. So, the first giveaway will be some phone cards. What I'll be doing is I'll be reading the numbers aloud, so you need to have quick fingers. So, first, whoever gets it first gets it. I have a few, but I don't think everyone will be as lucky, so I hope you all are ready. Okay, I'm ready, so I hope you are. 731-69-7463-408. Oh, okay, too fast. I'm sorry. All right, I'll slow it down a bit. I'll slow it down a bit. 731-69-7463-4081. Anyone got it? No? Somebody got it? I just need to know if someone has it so I can move on to the other one. Someone got it? No? Okay, one more time. 731-69-7463-4081. Somebody has it? Yeah. Somebody. Okay, here's another one. 03737-8083-2164. I'm sorry. Okay. You got it? Awesome. All right, we have a few more, so let's try again. 32719-9027-8859. Okay, I have another, but okay. You are quick. Okay. 21768-8934-8865. Somebody else? Time. 21768-8934-8865. Gaga? Okay. All right, we have some more. Let's try again. 17108 8943 8924. Anybody? All right. Okay. All right, good. Here's another one. 32059 8036 4696. Anyone? You got it? Okay, awesome. All right, we have a few more, so let's try again. Ready? 3459357855066. All right, ready again. 3459357855066. Someone got it? All right, we have three more. Ready again? 67594 4972 7664. Six seven five nine four 4972 7664. You again? Okay. Two more. 97993 8691 3026. I'll repeat. 97993 8691 3026. Anyone? Awesome. All right. This is the final one. 30375 5243 All right, one more time. 30375 5243 8831. You got it? Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much for participating. All right, we have another giveaway. We have another one. All right, so this question is from Mr. Russell's presentation. The winner will be receiving a tablet. So let me explain the rules. I'll be asking the question. The first person to indicate by hand will take the mic to you. If you provide the correct answer, you will win the tablet. It would, however, be presented towards the end of the presentation, so hopefully you'll still be here. So I'm going to ask the question now. You can indicate by raising your hand if you know the answer. My teammate will be helping me. The man who does more than he is paid for will soon be paid for more than he does. Who said this quote? I saw her hand first, that one. Right, yeah, she did it first.
Check. 1, 2.
Take the...
Napoleon Hill?
Yes, that's correct. All right, I'll be coming to you shortly to get your name, okay? Thank you so much for participating. And if you didn't get anything just now, don't worry, we do have another giveaway coming up, okay? All right, so. Introduce our second main speaker, and to do so, we'll be inviting Jody and Coates, who will officially introduce Ms. Coates.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I consider it an honor to introduce one of our esteemed main speakers, a man of stature and a man graced by success. This graduate and board member of the Chaplain School of Hospitality and Tourism Management has made his mark in the tourism industry, with accomplishments such as launching the Sandals Foundation in 2009, which seeks to unite the Caribbean region under one common goal, to uplift its people through education and protect its delicate ecosystems. 2, receiving the Order of Distinction in 2016 by outstanding contribution to tourism and the hotel industry. In 2015, he was awarded the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association's Hotelier of the Year Award, and in 2017, the Caribbean Tourism Organization honored him with the Jerry Award for his demonstrated passion in developing the Caribbean region. A few weeks ago, he was bestowed with an honorary doctorate of laws degree by the University of the West Indies for his contribution to Caribbean communities and elevating the region. Inviting this gentleman to share with us was a no-brainer, as he knows the industry at almost all levels. Join me in welcoming to the podium Mr. Adam Stewart, the Executive Chairman of Sandals Resort International.
Good morning. You guys feel good? You don't really sound good. You sound better when the bouncer's on. You feel good? Let me take a moment to recognize all of the distinguished, I would say normally head table, but front rows. Our young president of the JHTA. There was a young president with gray hair, but there you go. Let me just start out by saying how proud of each and every one of you for being here today that I am. And I want to have a real conversation with you about just what I believe tourism is. I believe you should know about tourism if you're considering coming into the tourism world. So let's start with some facts, some things that shouldn't be revolutionary to any one of you. The world is a very big place. Now, when you look on the map, Jamaica is a little dot on that map. If you travel on an airplane and you fly over the continent of Africa at 500 miles an hour, it will take you 10 hours to cross that continent. The world is an enormous place. There's a famous singer called Elton John, and he's quoted in one of his very famous songs that he wrote. And he says, "There is more to be seen than you will have time to see." So if we start at that level and on how big the world is, we're really trying to figure out who we are as Jamaicans and in Jamaica and who we want Jamaica to see us as in the world. The fact that I'm how many hours in the day do we each get? Well done, you guys are on the ball. We each get 24 hours in the day. Correct? The fact that you woke up this morning and you're here, that's a blessing. Correct? You would agree with me? 24 hours in a day, 7 days in the week, 365 days of the year. How old are most of you in this room? 17, 16, 19, So you're at the stage of life. You're at the stage of life where you're trying to figure out what's right for you, correct? Tell you another piece of advice that no matter what anyone has ever said to you on social media, no matter what you've read in the news, no matter what anyone has told you in your life, the Almighty has a place for you on this planet, a superpower or more than one superpower. Every one of you has something magical within you. And at this stage of your life, you're trying to figure out what that magic is and how to unlock it. Correct? You may or may not know this yet, but I'm a little older than you. Not as old as a president, but I'm a little older than you, and I can tell you that you're at that journey and you should be eyes wide open. So by virtue that you're here today, you're considering coming into the hospitality business. So let me tell you what the hospitality business is. It is a multitude of things. One of the things that it is, and I looked around at all of you when those two incredible entertainers were entertaining us. Clap them again, please. What you saw on this stage, some people will tell you is entertainment, but that is hospitality. That is the expose. You see, you're too young to know what the bogle is. The bogle was my generation. But when the bounce came on, we don't know about that one though. Right? That is hospitality. You live in a country. You live in a country that is more beautiful than most anywhere in the world. I am lucky that over the years I've got to travel around the world telling people overseas about how beautiful Jamaica is. So what is beautiful about Jamaica? When you think of your Jamaica, tell me what you think is beautiful. The people, the food, the beaches, the culture, the weather, about the blue sky. A blue sky. What about the rivers? What about the mountains? What about our big personalities as a people? The fashion, entertainment, the culture, the music. What about the music? Which music come from this place? Reggae music. Rock steady. Dancehall. But you guys really on the ball today, man. You're good. For a country that only has, and when I say only, I mean only has 3 million people. There are some cities in the world that have 30 million people just in their city, let alone their country. The world knows who we are because we have touched the world, because we are a magnanimous set of people. So what does any of this have to do with why I am on the stage here talking to you? Tourism, at its core, is about connecting with people. And I remember being your age, and I remember being in the back of the classroom and not understanding something, and somebody not helping me understand intentionally what it was that we were discussing. And I remember the way it made me feel. It didn't make me feel good because I needed help. And the student beside me that understood it was ignoring my need. Tourism at its core is connection with people. And how we connect with them is up to us. But we all know what it feels like when somebody makes you feel good. And we all know what it feels like when somebody makes you feel bad. So the world is a big place. And people can choose to go anywhere in the world if they want to travel somewhere. They do not have to come to Jamaica. Can we agree on that? The reason they have options, Janet, as you say. The reason they come here is because we make people feel nice. We make people feel good. If you smile at a Jamaican, watch her. Watch her. If you smile at us, we smile back at you. We pass each other and say good morning. We have old world values as a people, and do not ever follow the mischief. You stick to the old world values of smiling and making good decisions and being decent, because that is what will make a beautiful Jamaica and will make the world come to Jamaica more and more and stay with us. So if you go to the next level, what is tourism? Let me start with you as an individual, because you have every right to think about you. You're not being selfish by waking up in the morning and saying, what is right for me? 24 hours in a day, 7 days a week, 365 days, and one day you're not going to be here. And the question that I have for each and every one of you, before you think about the specifics, is what are you going to do with your time here? We've already established that within you, there are superpowers. I could start talking to you about all of what is in tourism, but we don't reach that piece of the speech yet. Because if we don't figure you out, you will never figure out tourism. Let me tell you what I am looking for. I'm not looking for you to come to me out of school with one of Mr. Prendergast's big degrees to come and reinvent the wheel. What Mr. Prendergast said a while ago is spot on. The mix between academia and practical reality is what we're here to do today. And that is why my company and the University of the West Indies get along so well, because we are on the same page. So for you, in the morning time, you have to have an honest conversation with yourself. Social media might try and influence you. The media might try and influence you. Somebody in your life might try and influence you. But take my advice. You do what makes you feel good. Because the only way you are going to be the absolute best of the best so that you can achieve your goals, and we're going to get to goals and how we get there, is if you turn up every day to whatever it is that you choose to do on fire. And in order to be on fire, you have to love what you do. So at your age, you're trying to figure out whether you should go into insurance or banking or the car business or the hotel business or the tours business, the restaurant, any one of them. And in the morning, when you're speaking to yourself, the first thing I'm saying to you is start with you. Start with what feels right within you. Try and form your thoughts and then aim at it. A very, very successful person said to me one day, aim at nothing and you will hit it every time. You must have goals. So as you get a little bit older, around the corner, as you get into your 20s, you need to try things. You need to try things. You need to experience different things. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because that is where you're going to figure out what is in you. The superpower within you. And what do I mean by that? If you come and work at Sandals, you can be in food and beverage. Food and beverage means you could be a server. You could be a chef. You could work in the bar. You could work in water sports, scuba diving, driving the water ski boat. You could work in the bridal division, where people are getting married, on honeymoons. You can work in IT, computers. You can work in finance or accounting. You can work in engineering. You can work in the pools division. You can work in tourism is not one thing. And within that, companies like my company are looking for people that love what they do. So we have a philosophy in our company that says, hire the attitude, train the skill. So all I need you to do is show up every day in my business. And many of us in tourism are just this way, with an incredible attitude, feeling God blessed in the morning, knowing that we only have 24 hours, knowing that within me is something special. And we will teach you what you need to know to be the most incredible professional inside of tourism. Our country, and people talk about the economy and all of these sort of big fancy things. But it starts with us as individuals and the collection of us. Look around this room. Look how beautiful all of you look. Look at, what do you call this color dress that you guys are? Fuchsia? Look at our leaders. Look at the organization. If you start to believe in this country that you are third world, or you are developing, as they say, we're a developing world. If you start with the mental thought that we're not as good as for some reason, you're gone wrong already. You're gone wrong already. So, if you notice in my thoughts, everything for me starts every day new. It's a new beginning every day. It starts with the power of the mind. It starts with you recognizing that none of us have a magic compass that tells us exactly what to do. As our entertainers were going through, what they were going through was the evolution of dancehall on this stage, whether we're conscientious of that or not. And the point of that is things change, and the world around you changes. And the question is, how good are you in this moment? This business of tourism is a people business. And the reason Jamaica is so good at it is because Jamaican people love people. We love to gather. We love to get together. We love to dance. We love to chat to each other. Sometimes we like to sussy a little too much with each other. But we love people naturally. Nobody have to train us to do that. So the bigger your personality, the bigger your smile, the better your approach to the day above has everything to do with how good you're going to be in tourism. If you're a little more shy and you don't have that big personality and it's not for you, you don't have to be on the front line, meaning you don't have to be out there with your colleagues and team members. There's a whole world behind the hotel that make the hotel work. In my job, I come to work every day and say, today is a good day. Must be a good day. Even if it's a bad day, it's a good day. Because you're still here. We are put on this planet to figure out problems, to find solutions to people's needs. That's the world, you know. When you work in the bank, behind the teller, you're taking care of somebody's need. You're serving them. If you work behind a .com company that is selling telephones, you are serving the customer the same way. So for me, I believe tourism is the greatest industry on the planet because it allows us to achieve our goals while having fun, while interacting with people, and everybody feel nice inside. Tourism is not just about hotels. It could be a guest house. It could be an attraction. It could be the Juta J-Cal maxi drivers that are in the transportation business. It could be the fishermen. It could be the farmers. This is what the president was saying that we call linkages. So in your country, about 120,000 people work in hotels, attractions, and villas. But behind all of that, there are 350,000 people in total that supply. So people talk about entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is when an individual sees an opportunity and finds a solution to it through commerce, through business. So if you love farming, that's tourism. If you love transportation, that is tourism. If you like supplies, nails, wood, steel, that is tourism. Because tourism is buying all of it. Let me tell you why I think it's a good idea. Not because I am Mr. Sandals, but why I think it's a good idea that you're in this room today. Over the last 20 years in this country, tourism has outperformed the next best industry by 6 times. And tourism just started warm up. There are many things that you can do. The unemployment rate in Jamaica today is at the lowest, right now, is at the lowest that it has been since independence. The future for tourism, there is more happening in tourism than has ever been happening in our history at this moment as we look forward. We recovered very strongly from COVID and are continuing to recover. And it means that those are going to be opportunities. In my company alone, in the next 3 years, I'm looking for 300 new managers. They don't drive Benz, but they will drive Hondas, and they will drive Audis, and they will drive BMWs. They will own their own houses. They will have full medical, pension, dental. They will be able to start families, lives, and contribute to the society overall. There's big growth coming. I'm going to give you another piece of advice, because I was there too. Balance your life. You have to work hard, but you have to play as well. Balance. If you drink alcohol, your alcoholic consumption. There is nobody on this planet that can go out all night and drink alcohol and show up to work the next day with a clean and clear mind that you need to be the superstars that I am looking for and that you have the potential to be. Surround yourself with people that are progressive. You will become your crew. You will become a piece of the puzzle of the people you surround yourself with. Nobody is going to go anywhere in this life by believing that the world owes them something. Your generation has a stigma attached to it. What is that stigma? I never see it, I just read it on social media. Huh? You're impatient. You grew up with, you never had to go to the library. Back in the day, people had to go to the library and read books. And you know, so back like the old president day, in his day, some big scroll. Let me tell you why you're luckier than the generations before you. Because the world is at your fingertips through the internet. The world is at your, you ever heard of YouTube? Anybody here use YouTube? You can learn so much just by thinking of a question. Back in the day, though, if I ask somebody older than me a question and them tell me an answer, I don't have no way to check it, though. Them just give that as an answer. These days, you can go online and you can find the answer. And I'm encouraging you to use the brain power, use the tools in your toolkit. But back to the stigma. Nobody tell me the stigma yet. What is the stigma with your generation? They say you're entitled. They say you don't want to work. They say you're impatient. I don't accept that. Do you accept that? Not at all, right? You're here because of the hard work that you have done to get you to this point, correct? Clap yourselves if you believe. Yes? Another life lesson. Do not accept any labeling that people put on you. Never. You are going to leave this planet one day. You came in with nothing. You are here today, and you have gained knowledge. And you're going to leave, and what are you going to leave with? There's only one thing that you leave with. What? Say again? Say? Knowledge, but bigger than knowledge. Begin with an R. Kinda. You're going to leave with your reputation. You said it, right? You said it. You're going to leave with your reputation. And when you leave, what are people going to say about your journey? What are they going to say about you, your character, the person that you are, how you made them feel, what you did for your community and your society at all? Nobody got anywhere in this life by being selfish. Never. That never happened yet. They never got anywhere by being selfish. Those who carry people with them, those who grow together, those who think bigger, all of that. So what does all this have to do with why I am here? Because I learned many, many years ago that hospitality is really the people business. We are people specialists. We understand human psychology. We understand people's needs. We respond to them. What I will tell you today that tourism is, next year, is something different. Because as those trends change, what you have to constantly do is be on the cutting edge. You have to be eyes wide open, conscientious, and present in the moment. And that's why I say tourism is entertainment. Because every one of you know how to do the bounce. I see you. I turn around. You are innovating with Ding Dong. Ding Dong is innovating and has captivated all of us, and we're following him. He's my friend, you know. Him text me non-stop, I text him back and forth. I am proud of him. Because he has created a whole new genre of dancehall. And we move with him. And when we move with him, our visitors that come to Jamaica see it. It electrifies them. It makes them feel good. And that is why they choose Jamaica over Orlando or over France. So it is the reggae music. It is the food. It is the beauty when you look outside. But it is the people. So the day that you, as the future, accept that you are not as good as, the game is over. The day that we stop winning as a little island of 3 million people, that we stop winning because somebody told us that we should slow down being so fantastic because we're just little Jamaica, the game is over. And the reason that the game is not over is because we refuse to give up on our dreams here in Jamaica. I think it is fantastic, awesome, incredible, all of it, that you're in this room. Don't let anybody tell you. Let me tell you. Let the leaders that work in tourism tell you about tourism. Don't make anybody label tourism. Because I can tell you the success stories personally of youngsters like yourself that gave tourism a chance, that went and worked with incredible companies that understand not only your personal needs, your emotional needs, your financial needs, but the reward that you get from it. I'm going to tell you a story that's a true story. I took my children to a place in Orlando called Disney World. Anybody ever heard of Disney World? Mickey Mouse? I went into a restaurant there, and when I was there was a gentleman. He was not a young gentleman. He was even older than the president. Flying around the room, taking care of everybody. He doesn't know who I am in the hotel business, and I don't know who he is, but I can tell you that that guy versus everybody else in the room, you could see greatness right in front of you. So as luck would have it, I sat at a table with my beautiful wife and my 3 children, and this gentleman was assigned to my table. So I'm watching this guy, and this guy has got the touch. He has got the magic. And eventually he comes up to our table. We order some drinks, and I'm watching him. And when he comes back right here, like how I have my sandals badge, on his lapel, I see something that says 91. So when I saw the 91, I said to myself, well, that must be something recognizing his years of service. And he looked of the age that he could be working there from 1991. Anybody born in 1991 here? Old people. So the man is up and down, and I say to him, I said, can I ask you a question? He says, of course. I said, the 91 right here, what is that? So it doesn't say 91, and I never have on my glasses here. Never have on my glasses. He says, it says 71, as in 1971. Anybody born in 1971 here? Hi, Grammy. So he says to me, it was given to me by the Walt Disney Corporation because I was a part of the opening team that opened Walt Disney World in 1971. So I sit down there and say, you have to be kidding me. So I said to him, you never wanted to move up into the management program and try something like that? And he said to me, I did. Me and my buddy went into the management training program, and we worked in management. I said, so, you know, he's obviously here taking care of me as a waiter and a server. And I said, so what happened? He said, no, it wasn't for me. I did it, but it just wasn't for me. When I wake up in the morning, this is what I love. I love connecting with people, one-on-one. That's what gives me self-accomplishment. So I watch him and him buzzing up and down the place. This is not a young man at this stage. Huh? So he comes back to the table and I ask you another question. And the guy says, of course. I said, you said you and your buddy went into the management training program. He said, yes. I said, what happened to your buddy? So he did very well. I said, really? What did he become? He said, he's a president of Disney today. I said it with pride. And the man said it with no form of disparagement whatsoever. What is the lesson I'm trying to tell you? Who can tell me the lesson I'm trying to tell you? I get a free weekend at my family hotel. Head girl. Come, head girl. Come. Hold on. Second deputy head girl. Peer educator. Peer counselor. Peer counselor team leader. Honor roll. Big her up. So, what is your favorite color?
Purple.
I like the purple dress. What's your favorite food?
Pasta.
Pasta. Now I get a special Italian restaurant with our. What do you like to do for fun?
Read or dance and fun.
How did you get all of those pins.
Student leadership and student counseling, and so it just added on over the years.
Yeah, brothers and sisters? How much? 8? I gotta give the trip to somebody else. What is the lesson in the story that I just told between the two gentlemen that I'm trying to make?
What is for you will come for you, and it will also wait on you. So if it is not for you, it will be left to someone else, and if it is for you, it will be reserved.
How much family you want to carry with you?
Just about 3.
You can bring them all, yeah? Bring them all. Big her up. Congratulations, sweetheart. That lady right there in the brown, she will sort you out. The lesson, ladies and gentlemen, future is you follow your path. You don't make anybody pave the road for you. You don't make anybody stand in your way. You don't make anybody tell you it's below you or above you if it is for you. You with me? You believe in that? Believe me. I'm a little older, not too old, little older. I have some miles on my clock. I've seen a few things, and I have seen those who make good decisions, and I have seen those that make bad decisions. You will not be here forever. Make best decisions that you have for you and rise. Go where you want to go. When I looked at that gentleman and saw him at his age, still absolutely on fire, and the gratitude, his partner went all the way to being the president of one of the largest hospitality entertainment companies on God's planet. It shows you in that one story there is so much to unpack and to understand in that one story that I tell that story all the time. That gentleman has no idea that today, on December 1st, in Montego Bay, Jamaica, I am talking about him. That is reputation. That is what you see when you see somebody and what they represent. And believe you me, it is very easy to make the wrong decisions, make the right decisions. Congratulations, sweetheart. Congratulations on your trip. You see what I just did a while ago? Is you guys are not intimidated. You're not intimidated because you don't see me as anyone, just another human being. And that's all I am. So lots of you put up your hands, and I would give all of you a holiday. But that boldness in your ability to respond already signals to me that you're ready. You're primed and you're ready. If you have a bad day, like Senator Janice Allen said, how does your motto go? I love that. Everything will be well in the end. If it's not the end. Spot on. You will have good days and you will have bad days. Wake up every day, start again. But stick to your true north. Your true north is your goal. Your true north is what you're aiming at. And when you don't get there, try and try and try, and you will. And the last thing I'm going to leave you with, and it's a saying I say all the time because I believe in it. Well, two things. One, life is an attitude. Life is an attitude. How you set your mind in the morning, how you set your mind in the morning determines what's going to come ahead of you. Another statistical fact is that 90% of your thoughts every day are the exact same thoughts. Have you ever heard that before? 90%, and I can look in some of your eyes, and you're looking at me saying, you're right, you know. It's like a carousel going around and around. You have to wake up in the morning when you're taking your shower and say, today, I am going to break out of that mold and I'm going to have new thoughts. As long as you bring your conscientious to it, you can do it. But you have to be conscious first. And the last thing I will say to you is that in this life, there are two things, only two things happening. You have to use your moral compass inside of you to ask which side of the fence are you on. On this side of the fence here, see the line in the ground? Sideshow. And in this side, if you find yourself in the sideshow, what do I mean by the sideshow? You're involved in non-progressive things. They're not aligning to your own goals. They're not aligning to who you know you want to become. It's a susi, it's a negative. You're going down a slippery slope. If on this side, you're in the main event every day, even if it is a bad day, even if things are not aligning the way, stick to the main event, and you will go exactly where you want to go. It is a huge honor for me to be here today. I wish each and every one of you incredible success in your future. Take this next part. Find your journey. Between the years of 20 and 30, try lots of different things. By the time you get to 30 years old, specialize. You know what I mean by specialize? By then you should know a lot more about what makes you feel good. Specialize on that. There's too much in the world to try and be something to everybody. Figure out your superpower, lock in, and become the best of the best in the world, and never let anybody tell you anything less. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart. We can all agree that we were definitely entertained, inspired. We do share your passion for tourism. Thank you so much again for sharing with us. Now, Mr. Stewart has another commitment and must depart early. We therefore ask for our team lead, Tasania, to present him with a memento of our D-Fest appreciation. Tasania? Mr. Stewart? Thank you so much again. Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart. We will now break to refresh ourselves with provisions by the Montego Bay Convention Center and our friends from the Hanover Bee Farmers Cooperative Society who are showcasing their honey. Please head to the foyer and use the opportunity to meet the tourism stakeholders one-on-one. We'll resume in 30 minutes. We also want you to hurry back after the coffee break because you're in for an active discussion which focuses on our theme by some of our well-known personalities in the industry. Have a good break. But I didn't finish the question. Okay, we're going to try it. Well, okay. Since you think you know the answer, okay, we're going to see if you can answer. That is correct. All right, so I'll be taking your name shortly. Thank you for your participation. Okay, and we have another giveaway. So one of our attendees, we invited the Western Hospitality Institute. Earlier on, they mentioned that they were quite impressed with our presentation and they wanted to help us with a giveaway. So they're helping us to give away a weekend at Somerset Resort on the days the 23rd to the 26th. So I would have to ask another question for someone to win that. Of course, I'll be taking your name afterwards. The 23rd to the 26th. Yes, December, I'm sorry. December. All right, I think this one's a little bit easy, so I'm going to have to look to see if I can catch the first hand. Okay. Susanna, you will help me? Okay, thank you. Complete this phrase. Aim at nothing and... Well, I was asking for assistance from my team member, and we identified this young lady first, so we'll have her complete the phrase. Are you ready? Go ahead with your answer, please. I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please? One moment, please. One moment, please. I didn't hear her clearly. No, I'm sorry, that's not it.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Aim at nothing and you will hit it every time.
That is correct. Okay, thank you all for participating. We want to thank you again for sticking with us, and we hope that you have been educated so far and also have been entertained. At this time in our summit, I'll be turning over to Mr. Conroy Thompson, who will be moderating the panel discussion. Mr. Thompson is a certified hospitality trainer, certified quality assurance professional in the hospitality industry, published author and lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Western Jamaica campus. He is a Tourism Service Excellent Awards National Champion for Jamaica in the individual category for 2018, as well as the 2018 Jamaica Hotel and Tourism Association Manager of the Year. He is a 2020 inductee into the Governor General's I Believe initiative and recently was awarded the 2020 Governor General's Achievement Award for the Parish of St. James for outstanding accomplishment and leadership. His achievements inspired us, And for that very reason, we believe our discussion will be in excellent hands this afternoon. Please help me welcome Mr. Thompson, who will introduce the panelists.
Thank you. That's a whole lot of phone cards right there. You have any more to give away?
Yes.
All right, stay right here. May I have the students stand, please? Stand up. You see, because I'm a teacher, I have to do this. So I know that you just had your break. So we're going to do a little activity. All right? I'm going to see how well you can follow instructions. All right? When I say clap, you're going to clap once. When I say snap, you're going to snap. No, man, that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, that's all right. You're good. You're good where you're at. It's just the clap and snap. That's it. All right? So, clap. Clap. Snap. 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 All right, pretty easy, right? Now, I'm going to switch it. When I say clap, you snap. And when I say snap, you clap. Snap. Snap, 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 clap, clap, snap, clap. Thank you so much. Have a seat. That's okay. I am so honored to be here this afternoon to share with my fellow panelists in this very, very, very important and, in my estimation, a very vital part of this summit. This panel discussion this afternoon was designed with you, the students, in mind. And as a result, we've assembled what I call an all-star team. All-star, all right? So I'm going to invite first Mrs. Nadine Spence, area chairperson for the Western chapter for the JHTA, and she's the managing director for 6th Rental. Welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. When I saw this lady walked in this morning, I was like, yes, she's here. Mrs. Odette Sovereign Dyer. She is the regional Jamaica Tourist Board. Give her a hand as she comes, please. Mrs. Patrice Jones. I call these director of finance people money people. So she handles the money, yes? She's the director of finance for the Montego Bay Convention Center. Help her. Mrs. Joy Clark. Yes, there she is. She is the government and the corporate, she's the director of government and corporate relations for Digicel. One of our sponsors here, yes. Welcome, welcome. Mrs. Rochelle Corley McKenzie. She is a sales representative for Turismo and the past tourism management student from University of the West Indies, Mona campus. And I think we have quite a few on the panel from that institution. And last but not least, because this panel could not be complete without the voice of a younger person. All right? Miss Lorian Lewis. She is a tourism management student at the UWI Mona WJC. And I see her in that dress, so I know that she's one of the organizers. Awesome. Now, I want you to have your questions, because if this summit is going to be of any value to you, we must hear from you. The theme speaks to safeguarding, really, tourism for you. That's exactly what it means. So we want to know from you as well, what is it that you're expecting when you come into this industry? And right now I'm going to start with Ms. Dyer. If you could just give us an outlook of what tourism is like and will be looking like in the near future.
Thank you, Conroy. Good morning, students. Good morning, everyone. Just express how deeply pleased I am to be here with the students this morning. And this is such a powerful reminder for Janet Silvera, that is, and myself, of the days we spent under the tutelage of Dr. Prendergast and Miss Suzette Brown. This is such a reminder of those days for us. We were just reminiscing about it over there. And I just want to congratulate the students. What we've seen here is an amazing job that you have done. And I want to echo the sentiments of Senator Allen and to add my own comments that I am heartened and I am certainly confident that the future of tourism is in good hands. Please applaud yourselves. And so let me get to the question right away. The outlook for tourism in Jamaica is extremely positive. And we have seen an increase in demand for destination Jamaica. Currently, we are at 97% of our pre-COVID arrivals into the destination. And since reopening our borders in June of 2020, Jamaica has welcomed 5 million visitors, earning $5.7 billion US dollars. If we continue on this same trajectory till year end, we will welcome 3 million visitors for 2022, earning $3.7 million. And this is extremely phenomenal.
That is
and,
amazing.
I just want to highlight also that the confidence in Destination Jamaica is enormous in terms of investments in the tourism space, and additionally from our airline partners. We have all our airline partners returning. We have opened numerous new gateways into the destinations. We have Frontier, for example, an airline that came into Jamaica. They believed in the destination. They saw the opportunities in the middle of the pandemic and came into Jamaica during the middle of the pandemic, like I said, and they have opened a substantial amount of gateways. They're doing extremely well. And so in February of 2023, they will be opening 3 new gateways into the destination.
Nice. Thank you so much. So the future then we would say looks bright. All right. So because the future looks bright, this question is for you, Ms. Spence. With all of the business that will be coming in, what challenges from a job readiness standpoint the members of, especially like JHTA, what challenges are they faced in relation to attracting talent? So we're talking to the future of tourism in here, but maybe they want to know what it is that they can do to get themselves ready to come into the industry.
I thank you for that, Conrad, and commendation to what we're seeing here this morning into the afternoon. Well done, team. The problem we are facing within the industry, because remember now, I am in transportation, and there are others who are in accommodation. So it transcends from what it's not stagnant, it's all over the place. So every single one of us is facing the same kind of challenge, which is attracting the right person to the workforce. So we have a lot of job fairs, programs that are being launched, but the challenge is more structural. How do we get a job fair in Kingston, for example, to come to the resort areas. What's happening now? The space is inundated by Airbnb, the rental spaces. So it's not just coming to get the job. There are other factors affecting the readiness of the workforce. So yes, they get the job. How is it that they're going to find accommodation? So what I think we need to do is dust off that old book that we have where we used to find accommodation for the employees and facilitate them coming back. And remember, it's not just about salary, but the benefits therein. So if we can add accommodation, wonderful health benefits, it's like a shared thing. We have to go back to that space so that the workforce that is out there, who we know is ready to take up that job, will find a wholesome experience.
Thank you. So it's not just about having the job, but how they will access that job, and that's very true. All right, let me turn to Ms. Clark. Mrs. Clark. Now, technology, we have seen for the past 3 years, really, I mean, two and a half with the pandemic. How do you feel technology, or do you feel that the industry is ripe for technology, to access the technology that that companies like Digicel really can do? What do you think we can do where technology is concerned in the industry?
Well, I am delighted to say thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I have to add my 2 points of confidence and congratulations to the team here this morning for the awesome job you have done. As students, when I walked in here, I had absolutely no idea that it was not a professional layout. So, Suzette, Mother Hen, and her little chickens in pink, I want to say you're doing a good job, and I add that the future does look bright. To get to my question about technology, and I think I want to share something with you I saw on a flight a couple days ago. I was flipping through a magazine, and I saw where it depicted a picture of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And who can tell me, I know we have students, bright students in the room, I might add, what is at the base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs? What is at the base, the bottom? So you know self-actualization and all those fancy things are at the top. Yes, I see a hand in the back. What's at the base of... No. I'm hearing it from the platform. What is at the base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Basic food, clothing, and shelter. That's correct. Give her a round of applause. Basic needs, yes. Food, clothing, and shelter was spelled out. And I want the moderator, Madam MC, please make sure she gets some credit for that response. So there was a replacement to basic food, clothing, and shelter, and that's testament to where we are as a people and as a world. What do you think was at that place, replacing basic food, clothing, and shelter? I'm hearing it from the platform. Yes, it is technology. So that's where we are as a people. Without technology, some persons are prepared to give up basic food, clothing, and shelter, and that's where we are as a world. I must say that I'm very proud that Jamaica has demonstrated that we are ready. We are there. We're second to none when it comes to accessing technology. Thanks to service providers like Digicel and others in the marketplace, we would have all experienced COVID, and I think COVID has actually fast-tracked or accessing and acclimatizing to the use of technology. We all have seen where businesses have pivoted and have used the technology. Small and large businesses alike have used the technology to power up their day-to-day activity, to enhance guest experiences, and also to cut costs. Some of the products and services we offer in the technology space is managing of your energy. Mm-hmm. So we have energy-saving protocols that will allow guests and companies alike to benefit. You know, in the hotels, when you go into the hotels and you check in, your room is air conditioned, and in the former life, you would leave and the air conditioning would be on, and the hotels would experience major light bills as a consequence. But we now have energy savings, so guests are having the benefit of not having to go out as well and call a porter or call a beach guy. They have the apps that they can access on their phones through technology to book a room, to book a spa, to book a restaurant. And with the use of our fiber optic technology as well, we're able to allow restaurants to access QR codes where they can have an integrated experience and access their menus. So there are a number of things that the technology is allowing us as Jamaicans, as guests, as hoteliers, to experience as if we were in the first world. So we are ready. The pandemic has accelerated our use of the technology. We were able to transition and pivot into homes and create unique propositions for our tourists. So I believe that Jamaica is ripe and ready, and we have organizations that stand here with first world technology to provide next generation services to innovation and keep Jamaica on the cutting edge.
Thank you. So this morning, the speakers would have alluded to the fact that you do not, when you see hospitality, don't just look at it as you're coming in to serve, in the bar or the restaurant or whatever. There are so many other areas that you can serve in, and IT and technology is one area. All right, Miss Jones. We are here at this fantastic location. I mean, the Montego Bay Convention Center is one of the most premier of its kind in the Caribbean. What are some of the trends that you're seeing in the industry as it relates to the meetings and incentive space that would facilitate for students, to come in and to be a part of that type of offering?
All right, thank you very much, everyone, for having me. And to let me add my sentiments, how pleased I am for the future that I'm seeing here today. The future, awesome. It's awesomely bright. The production in itself speaks to the testament of the caliber that's coming out of the universities these days, and I'm too impressed. As it relates to trends, the business that we are in, the MICE business, which is the Meetings, Incentive, Conventions and Exhibitions Group. Now, certainly there are a lot of trends. The trends are worldwide. However, for us particularly here at the Montego Bay Convention Center, a big trend with sports tourism. Now, product with sports tourism, and as such, we have ensured we have capitalized. We have, in and of itself, made major investments into our multi-purpose court, capable of hosting basketball, netball, futsal, and volleyball. So it's a big one. It's not just that we have acquired equipment, we have also acquired expertise to ensure that we are able to capitalize on the trend of sports tourism that we're seeing in Jamaica. We're also seeing a trend in lifestyle. So you're speaking to your health and wellness. No, that is one is big for us. Jamaica, in and of itself, with COVID, it has presented much opportunities. So we are finding that everybody is into the whole health and wellness and beauty trend, and we are seeing where persons are wanting to come out, showcase their brand, showcase their products. So not only are those companies coming out, but we are also seeing other expos that are catering to the need of those entrepreneurs, allowing them to showcase their brands to Jamaica and to the world. We are seeing where there's the investments. Persons are seeing how entrepreneurial the Jamaican people are and wanting to help them to take their business to the higher level. And as such, you're finding a lot of investment conferences taking place. So if I should zoom in on three trends that we're taking, I'm seeing, it's the lifestyle trend, it's your health and wellness trend, it is your sports tourism, and also your entrepreneurial ventures, people wanting to showcase their talent to the world.
All right, thank you so much. So this space, then, we are safe to say is not going to be underutilized anytime soon?
No, not
all right,
underutilized.
so our students can, all right, very good. Question now to Mrs. Mackenzie, Rochelle. You are the sales representative for Turismo. I'm sure I'll have some students in here who are looking to venture down that route. What has helped you to move into your current role? What would have been some of the preparation that you would have done to get there?
Okay, thank you for that question. And as everybody so far has done, I have to add my commendations, because when I did hospitality, we never did anything like this. So congrats, guys. So first of all, I should say that hospitality overall found me. I mean, I come from a generation, this is Montego Bay, grew up in Montego Bay. My grandmother, she worked at a villa, she worked at Half Moon, same as her sisters, you know. So looking in and around Montego Bay from back in the day, don't really want to see how old I am, you will think of tourism first. Because I remember when I was going to high school, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a air hostess or, you know, something in tourism like that. However, I wasn't sure. When I finished high school and I couldn't decide what I wanted to do, Mom said, listen, you're going to school. Tourism. Back in the day, it was a joint degree between Montego Bay, UWI, UTech. So that's the one I did, right? So you start off in Montego Bay, then you head on to Kingston after 2 years. No, I enjoyed the course itself. But then when I finished and, you know, what to do, I was more about enjoying life and having fun. So I was working in government, and where I was still in tourism, because I worked in passenger control, I worked at the cruise ship terminal, right? So I was still in tourism. But I was too touristy for where I was. Case in point, went to work one morning at the cruise ship terminal, feeling cute. I put a hibiscus in my hair and I walked in and my manager said, you do not work for the Jamaica Tourist Board, right? So after a while, you begin to feel out of place in a place like that. So after 10 years, then I started saying, you know, what next? So I started, all right, call center, no, sir. And then tourism came along, once again, finding me. And it has been a very, very rewarding experience. I try to tell a lot of young people, and I encourage a lot of young people to come into tourism. Why? What I've learned over here, life skills, even simple things, they may seem like on the surface, conservation. You get your salary, tourism is seasonal, it's high, it's low. You have to learn from the high periods, don't down your money, because when season go down, you go, want to have some money down. Yes. So, then a lot of it is performance-based, because, you know, you get your tips and all of that. So you come out every day and do your best. So it teaches you to literally come out every day. You're having cramps, you're not feeling good, but you have to come out with that smile on your face. You're having a bad day, you stop at the bus stop, you sit in your car, you cry, you go bathroom, and then you wipe off your face and you come out, because you have to come out ready to work, right? So it teaches you these things, and the earlier you learn them, the better it is for you in the long run.
That's true.
You know, when you're working in government, you go, it's not performance-based. At the end of the month, you have your same salary, regardless of what you do throughout the month. But when you have to work for your money, it's a different thing. So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that hibiscus in your hair thing and being too touristy in a workspace, it speaks to what Mr. Stewart mentioned this morning. You have to find what is for you. And I'm going to encourage the students at this point in time where you are not a tree, so you are not going to be stuck anywhere that is killing your passion. So the beauty of this industry is you can play in multiple areas of this industry. So if you're not a guest-facing type of person, but you are a finance type of person, you have that space and that safe space. Which now leads me to my student on the panel. Want to hear from you. In terms of, you're about to leave UE, you're in third year now, all right. What is it that you're doing to get yourself prepared for the work world? And if some students, they're in high school, they want to know, what is it that I need to do to get ready for the work world?
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Thompson. So for me, I must add my 2 cents as well. You hear me? You can hear me now? I'm sorry. You can hear me now? Yes.
Oh, yes.
So I must add my 2 cents. So for me, as a student, I see tourism as a dynamic masterpiece filled with many opportunities. But of course, I think that there are many challenges within the industry that should be resolved. And you may ask yourself, why should I join this industry? The answer is, as a youth, you want to attach yourself to success, and tourism is success, and I definitely believe that this industry will take you far along. Now, what are some of the things that you should do as a student as a student want to venture into tourism is that you must first do your research. You don't want to go in an industry blindsided, right? You want to ensure that you understand the industry, understand the nature of it, understand that there are 5 sectors that you have employment opportunities that you can gain. Also, you must understand that there are entrepreneurial opportunities. You can venture into ecotourism, cannabis tourism, also agricultural tourism. As Mr. Thompson mentioned earlier, must understand, find your passion, because at the end of the day, you want to do something that you're passionate about. And of course, network. You cannot do without people. So start networking with people who work within the industry so you can have a better understanding.
Wow, thank you. Very good. Very good. You know why these summits are so important? Because if I had received those guidelines years ago, then some of the pitfalls, let's face it, some of the things that we did, we would have avoided, but we just didn't know. But guess what? We are now I call us the custodians of the industry, and we're going to pass it on properly to them. So now that I've gotten all of that out of the way, now to get down to the real, these are my real questions. And this is now for any of the panelists. Do you feel there are enough practical programs in place to facilitate a seamless transition from our schools to the workplace?
I'll take that one. Not really. When I was going to high school, as early as 7th grade, we are taught home economics. And home economics takes you into sewing, cooking, all of that. Nothing really into the service industry. So by the time you leave high school, you would have known how to do a backstitch, you would have known how to bake macaroni and cheese or something, but you really don't. Yes, we are friendly, that's innate in all of us, but how do we project that sort of friendliness? Because you need to understand that we are a culture of touchy people, but we are experiencing a lot of people coming in from all over the world, and they're not necessarily touchy people. So who is teaching that to us? So I believe that we need to look at the curriculum and address it from that. It's never too late to correct these things, so that by the time we are ready to leave school, we are ripe, we are bursting, that magic is ready, it's just there now to be ignited and to be projected onto the world. So I don't believe a lot is being done where that is concerned. Customer service is not the responsibility of the organization to which you're going to be employed, but it is a responsibility on Jamaica, especially tourism. Tourism, I mean, it's over 30% towards the government coffers. It literally is a driver of the economy. So where is that initial seed that is to be planted? So I think much more needs to be done.
Anybody else on the panel wanted to?
I'm just echoing what she said and just adding a little to it. I come from a community called Salt Spring. I'm sure the things we hear about Salt Spring are not so nice, right? But growing up, a lot of our family members worked in tourism. But then after a while, you don't really understand. For some people there's a passion, for some people there's not. I remember back in the days when the school trips used to go to the hotels, they used to go to the airport. I still see a few at the airport and so on. But there needs to be more that, the children, because we're future-proofing, so we have to start with the children. So the children have to get into, this is Jamaica. Tourism is a big part of Jamaica, So they learn so much about it from early. So Heart Trust has their thing. You leave school, there's Heart Trust. What else is there? You have the university programs and so on. For the skills, you have Heart Trust. But some people learn the skills, they're gone abroad with it. Oh, I want to learn this because I want to go to Canada or I want to go to America. Tourism here is better than anywhere else in the world. So we need to get them, as she said, Mrs. Spence said, passionate about Jamaica's tourism. So more school programs from as early as the basic school, primary school. Bringing them on the cruise ships. I remember that used to happen too, So we can get excited, catch the place afire.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
I believe it's getting Jamaicans to take ownership of tourism because of what tourism does for the economy of Jamaica. One of the things that I have observed is that in the non-resort areas, that persons, especially students in school, don't understand tourism at all. They can't tell you anything about tourism. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done, because if we're going to be looking for persons within the industry, I was never born in Montego Bay. I'm not from St. James. I'm not from a traditional tourist resort area. I am from St. Catherine, but I've made my way here. And so I've spent, the greater part of 30 odd years in the travel and tourism space. So it is not difficult, but we have to be prepared to do the work.
And I understand, and I understand what you're saying. And to get to the space, sometimes, as Ms. Spence mentioned in her opening with the first question, getting to the jobs are there, but attracting the talent is another thing. And for them to come and to find somewhere to live and set up house, so to speak, on a salary that is sustainable. That is something that we have to also pay attention to. But there was a point that Mrs. Collin made, and I want to ask Lorian right now. about the attractiveness of the industry. What would make you want to stay after getting this first-class degree? Why stay in Jamaica?
So first, for the attractiveness of this industry, we must look beyond the number of arrivals. We must look into other areas, right? So first, we must make the salaries more attractive. Too often, foreigners are being paid more than locals. We also want to talk about more youths in managerial positions because we are capable and we are qualified. Yes, and that's about it. Those are some of the things.
All right. So Lorian is saying, make the salaries attractive so that I don't leave Jamaica with my first-class degree to go somewhere else. And if you take a stock of the brain drain, because it is real. Let's call a spade a spade. It is real. And a lot of the persons who leave, it's not that they want to leave. They feel that they had no choice but to leave. But then now, I'm going to ask the panel and you know, any one of you. Based on the fact that L'Oreal just mentioned what it is that would attract her to want to stay in this industry, what is it that we as stakeholders can do then to retain these persons in the industry? Practically.
If I may say, I was very impressed by your honesty and openness, and I think the youthful enthusiasm and honesty always comes out in forums like these. But if we are to be honest as a people, I think Jamaica needs policies at the leadership of the country level to ensure that our students, there's not this brain drain from I was a child, and I'm very young, 59-year-old girl. And I've been hearing this from I was a small girl, not just in the tourism industry, but in all industries across Jamaica, and in telecommunications as well, where there is an enormous injection of expats, if I might add, and they hold the more senior positions, and they, as she alluded, get the salaries that we have qualifications. I don't think Jamaica is short of skill sets. I don't think we are short of the knowledge and the know-how. I know that we are a resilient people, and we have skill sets that should enable us to get these monies. But we need to lobby the government to put policies in place. I've gone into other countries, and I know that government protects their people in other countries. You can only employ X amount of persons from other countries into your space, into any industry, not just into tourism. And I know today we're focused on future-proofing tourism, but we see it across the business sectors in Jamaica, and it's policy. It's policy that has to be put in place, and we need to stop talking about it and act.
That's good.
And that is the truth, Joy. How we can attract you, as I said before, we cannot just look at salaries in a vacuum. We have to look at other things, other ways, other benefits. Right now, I think there is an imbalance as it relates to full-time and casual workers. So you have a 40% to a 60% ratio, meaning you have more casual people. These are people on contracts. And then you have less people who are permanently employed. So we can flip it, or we can balance it so that it is more attractive. You can't have somebody on a contractual basis for 5 years with no benefits. So who will go and work there? So you're not going to want to, you know, it's very unattractive. So that's one of the ways I believe that we can fix it to retain and to sustain the workforce within the space. and future-proof. Thank you, Janet.
Okay. So we have to speak about sustainability of the tourism industry. As I mentioned, current custodians of this industry, all right, Brand Jamaica, what are some of the measures we are putting in place now? And we're not now just only talking about the human resources, we're not also talking about our natural resources. What are some of the things that we're doing to safeguard this industry for our future leaders out there?
Go ahead. Tourism is our environment. It is the sand, the sea, the rivers, the flora, the fauna, everything. It's our natural environment. And if we want to future-proof tourism, we have to take care of our environment. We must protect our environment. And the Tourism Enhancement Fund has done quite a bit locally. They have partnered with the Jamaica Environmental Trust to do multiple projects. They have worked with the Montego Bay Marine Park. They have done work with the White River Fish Sanctuary, rebuilding of reefs, etc. They have also looked at and are in the process of doing some shoreline restoration work to preserve and to protect our beaches. And sustainability, I want to also to move away from the environmental component, because future-proofing tourism for us also means building our human capital. That's right. And this is where training is and certification is extremely important. And again, the Tourism Enhancement Fund is at the forefront of this through the JCTI. Currently, they are on a $5 million campaign. However, they're having a challenge in attracting persons to the program. And so students inside this space, I want to implore you to go and do your research. You all have devices. See what the JCTI is offering and see if you are interested in any of these programs. They are doing a lot with Heart Trust. They are also doing programs with the ALHEI, the American Hospitality Institute. They have done quite a number of things for training and certification, and we have to build our human capacity in the destination, and that is going to be definitely through training and certification if we want to future-proof tourism in Jamaica.
That's right.
Yeah, and not just certification, if I may add, Odette, locally, but internationally as well. Get your organization Green Globe certified. It is a measure globally, internationally, of how you can assess your business to see if you're meeting standard. And if you're meeting standard, that's future-proofing. So get yourselves within that mindset that, okay, I'm making the money, I'm getting the dollar right here, but what of the safety of your staff, your employers? How do you build on what you have here? How do you protect what you have here? Let's not run away from these global entities that can actually accredit you and make you do better. And that is one way of sustaining the business, getting yourself into that global space.
Yes, and it kind of opens you up to the world too, yes. Because travelers, gone are the days, gone are the days when people just travel to Jamaica for just one thing. Now we have a multitude of different type of people who are coming to Jamaica. And because we are, Joy mentioned, the technology is there. So you have some tourists who will go online and look and decide where they're going to go based on what accreditation that particular, destination has or what that particular company have. Right? So we have to look at it from that perspective.
Can I just add one more thing before you move on? Sorry. And what I'm going to say, it sounds simple, but it's probably deeper than we even know. Education, simple. I do a lot of community work and work with organizations such as like JSAFE and so on when they put on programs in Salt Spring. And for one of these programs, we had a gentleman, excellent chef. He has a cook shop in the community. And when it was time for him to get paid, he couldn't spell his name. We have a lot of undiagnosed learning disorders. We have so many things that may seem, oh, go learn a skill or a trade. But they can do the skill or the trade, but they cannot get to the certification level because the basic education that they need is not there. They don't have it.
It's not there.
So stuff like that.
And Lorian, if I could just add to what you're saying, you may be one of the few coming into the industry with that kind of qualification. The only thing that may be lacking is the experience, which you can get. You can train on the job. But what we find too is that, yes, you're a big chef, but if you notice, there are a lot of chains, hotel chains in Jamaica that are employing. So they have their set standard requirement to hire you. So all of us know in here, know that Mr. Thompson is a big chef and him can cook, eat good. But to the boss up top, he needs to see that proof. And that proof is getting yourself that accreditation. So education, my dear, is fundamental to all that's happening here. That's how we can help ourselves.
That's so true. That's so true. Just to add to what you're saying, though, thankfully at the University of the West Indies, we have mandatory internships. So we have to go into the tourism organization where we can get a field of work. So we go in and we get to learn beyond what we learn in school. So
nice. Yeah. And most, yeah, that's very good. And that practical experience, it gives you a taste of what the real world is. And education is very, 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 very important. Now we're talking about future proofing. And I cannot and will not leave this panel without speaking about two things that are just not the best things about Jamaica. One of it is that monster. All right? I just call it the monster so everybody knows what it is. Any other students know what the monster is? Huh? Yes, crime. So in future-proofing tourism, what is it that we can do in this industry to safeguard our industry against this monster? Because it's there, it's real. What are some of the things that you think we can do to safeguard this industry? Is there anything that we can do? Do we only have to then just depend on government to come up with the crime plan and execute a crime plan? What do we do?
That's a tricky one. Joy, you said policies, lobbying, all of that. So most of the time, that is what we have. That is within our ambit. You know, we can say this is what we think you should do. But in truth and in fact, it all boils down to better crime management plan, or better plan in that, okay, we can get to the 300 criminals that are lurking out there. However, the new ones that are probably going to spring up, how do we avoid this? One, let us start with the policeman. Let us start with the nurse. Let us start with the teacher. Pay them better. Ensure that they're fired up. Ensure that they come to work. Ensure that they're able to impart certain qualities to those that are coming up. So we start with basic things. If you notice how these drivers drive on the road, if we clamp down hard on specific areas, it will transcend. So it all speaks to management. How do we manage the different entities that can then project itself into other areas? There's no way we can have billions of dollars sitting down for crime and to protect us, and we only use 17% of it. We can't only use 17% of what is budgeted. We have to use the money. So if it is, we're going to say, all right, since we can't really get it to the 300 or this way, let's start something else. Let's see how we can use some of this money towards paying the salaries of these civil servants so that they can, impact those coming up. Remember, we are future-proofing. So we just have to think strategically. It's not that we don't put certain things in place. The money is there, let's use it. Let's use it to protect ourselves. Because as Mr. Stewart said, there is nowhere in the world, and when you guys travel, you will see that when you walk past somebody, they not talk to you, and you wonder, and you will see why people love Jamaica. We're so bubbly, we're different, so protect it. It's not just them we are protected, we have to protect ourselves, and so we'll have a wholesome product. And when you learn, you will learn that you don't have external customers only, you have internal, and the internal is us Jamaicans.
So if I might add, future-proofing Jamaica must begin with us, the citizens, right? And I think Jamaica is no longer a safe place, whether for the tourist or for the citizens. And again, Jamaica is a talk shop when it comes to addressing crime. It's not a safe place for us, and we want to future-proof tourism. I want to ask, I'm looking in the room of students, and I want to ask, I'm seeing mostly females. I want to ask our men to stand. All the men in the room, please stand. Student men.
Student men.
Students, men who are students. All right, thank you. Please give them a round of applause, ladies. I want to thank you. You may be seated. I want to thank the young men who are here with us this morning. I'm a mother of boys. I gave birth to 2 sons, and I see every day on our roadways, young men are a dying species, and I say that with a lot of respect for our men. I love men, I love boys, and I love to see young men progress. But Jamaica has a real problem because everywhere you turn, you see young men pressing their hand middles, and I think we need social intervention programs. Yes. Robin and I was talking in the break earlier, and we were concerned about men. When you go into the traditional universities or even high school graduation, and I'll take UWI as an example, when you go into engineering graduation, it's predominantly girls. When you go into law, which is used to be a male-dominant space, who do we see graduating? Females, right? So most of even in medicine, when you go to the medical school graduation, what species, what sex dominates the graduating class? Women. Today, we have been charmed by a class of 12 students that have put on a fantastic event here today. Let's give them a round of applause. And there is not even one dege male person in the class. I think we have a problem in Jamaica. I think there is need for social intervention. I think if we don't capture our boys, we are going to be in a serious trouble. I know again that we've been saying crime is an issue, what are we doing about it? So we have technologies, of course, in place to protect us. There is cybersecurity measures, there is interventions that can be done on networks to prevent hacking and all of that. And there's also technology. In the palm of your hand, you can have a push-to-talk handset that now comes in. It's our newest feature, product at Digicel, where you have a handset that is
equipped with a button that you can press if you feel threatened. I also know from my experience with the National Broadband Strategy, working with the Universal Service Fund, that there is a program, and in fact in Friday of this week we will roll out and put Wi-Fi in Falmouth. And so we're trying to have a digital society where we can spot and prevent crime. But I don't think that we are seeing enough of it happening. I don't think we're even talking about it enough, so that those who would be going into these spaces, high traffic spaces, to commit acts of crime, or to know as a deterrent, like you would put your protected by Hawkeye sign on your gate. When you launch these Wi-Fi cities or Wi-Fi towns or social spaces in communities, it has the potential to identify crime acting and so on. So I think as a part of educating everybody that this is an area that you can use, this is an avenue, having put Wi-Fi in there as well, Jamaica needs to put high-resolution cameras as a security measure, not just for guests, because guests want to go out and enjoy themselves and intermingle with us and enjoy our culture, but also we need to feel safe. A lot of persons are not going into tourism jobs sometimes because of the hours that they have to work. Yes. They need to get up early in the morning to get to work at 6 o'clock to start a 7 o'clock shift. Do they feel safe to leave their homes? Would it help if they knew that the Wi-Fi device in their community has cameras that are high resolution that could show somebody who has attacked them? And would it help if the persons who are trying to commit the act know that in all of these towns and cities that are getting this, is not just to go and WhatsApp or do a TikTok or go online and whatever, but it also is a security device. I think there's a lot more that we can do as a people to sensitize, to educate, and to demonstrate that we're putting measures in place to protect and use more of the money, not the 17%. The difference of that could put cameras in place. We, again, as people, we're not lobbying the government. We're allowing the government to get away with a lot of things. We're talking about protecting the tourism dollar, but do we have the supports to ensure that crime does not get out of hand? To me, I think we're already there. So we need to act.
And you know, you think you know what is very disheartening? As someone now, and I'm going to put on my educator hat at this point in time. I heard a story the other day of a student who was about to graduate from high school, a male, and doing so well, doing very well in high school. And the morning of his graduation, there was a knock on his door. He lived in one of those communities, one of the inner city communities. And when he opened the door, a young man came to him with a package. The package was just a shirt that was used to wrap a gun. The message that came with that package was, today your graduation, Mr. So-and-so, who is the boss of the don of the area, say, all right, take charge. And for him, he had to make the decision that day with his family that he has to move immediately. The thing about it is, and what we fail to understand, you see, influence is something that is positive and negative. You see, if less positive influence is around, make no mistake, the negative influence is going to be there. And the negative influence is not going to be passive as us who claim we are doing the positive influencing. The negative influence is going to show up at these doors of these young men and demand that they do certain things that they're not supposed to do. So that young man had to make the decision. When I got that call for help, I said, what is it that you need? Because I knew exactly what was going to happen. That gun would have gone into his hand and then wreak havoc. That is how they target the young people. So they don't wait anymore because they are going to go in and recruit. So just as how we have job fair, yes, for the hotels, listen, they have their own type of recruiting measures. And I am imploring the educators here this afternoon, pay attention to your students. Listen to your students. As an educator, you are more than just a teacher. Sometimes you are mother and father to these children. All right? You hear me, educators? Educators, are you here? Okay, very good.
Conroy,
All right.
Conroy, may I just respond on the crime situation? Crime is concerning for us in tourism. I won't be as fatalistic as Mrs. Clark, that Jamaica is no longer safe for Jamaicans or for our visitors. The truth is, crime is a global issue. Where I sit within my office, I have a visitor relations unit. Every single incident against visitor comes to my office. And I am here to say currently, or incidents against visitor is 0.001%. And that is a good figure. It is. So I live in Jamaica. I hear you, Joy. The social intervention and everything else is necessary. It's essential. And how do we put policies in place to mitigate against a young man massacring 4 of his family members? A father and son fighting over land. It goes way beyond and deeper. It's not a surface thing. And it requires quite a lot of intervention. The nature of the crime that we have in Jamaica is somewhat different from other places.
So you would have heard recently that there was 875 heinous crimes that were committed by young men or youngsters who were between the ages of 14 and 17. So I think there is an opportunity there for us as citizens. Every single one of us can contribute to that. I was challenging Robin earlier today that the young men are ours. Jamaican young men are ours. For all of us to hold ourselves accountable to doing something. And I believe that in this summit today, we can give birth to a program. Montego Bay is said to be the murder capital. And I think today in Montego Bay, coming out of this summit, we can give birth to a program. I am volunteering. I know a lot of young men that I mentor in Mount Salem do not have parents. They don't have mothers. They don't have fathers to support and guide them. So when I say Jamaica is not a safe place, I believe it's not a safe place for our students even because of the story you've just told us. An adult could present a youngster with a son. From this summit, I believe we should decide how we will, as a panel, begin a movement to get back the young men that we're losing. I am here today to volunteer my support, to guide, to listen, to counsel, but I believe that our young men are our responsibility equally as much or perhaps more than the government of Jamaica. So when I say we're not safe, but we can do something about it. It is in our hands to make a difference.
Right. What I wanted to do, Conroy, is to also, we're speaking about crime, but to somewhat put it in perspective as to see how it affects the industry that we're in now, especially for me and the section that I represent, which is the MICE department. Among the many factors that are considered when you are selecting a destination is the crime rate within the industry.
So what it does, or within your destination, so what it does, it diminishes their likelihood of booking with your destination because of the crime rate, if we are not able to get the crime under control. Even though in recent times we have created somewhat of a safe space, a bubble, the elegant corridor, it gives some level of reassurance to the guests that I'm going to a safe space. It has so far earned Montego Bay the fastest growing city in the world, not just in the Caribbean, but in the world. So even though the crime is a situation, our brand, the brand Jamaica that we have going for us, is helping us to attract and maintain certain visitor relations that we're having now. What we want to do is to improve the likelihood of persons booking with the destination. When they come, even though they're coming to the elegant corridor, what it also does is diminishes the economic impact that it possibly can have. Persons are not going out into the communities because of fear. So yes, they are coming and we are going to the all-inclusive hotels. We may be going to the convention center, but we also want that dollar to be stretched into the craft markets with your tour operators, at your beaches, at your local restaurants. You want the dollar to go. So if we're not able to somewhat curtail our crime monster, even though it's not a tourism thing, but we have to curtail in order to realize the economic impact that tourism ought to have on every Jamaican.
And may I add to that, that what we're actually seeing as a trend in the industry is the fact that visitors are now coming for an experience. They're coming to the destination and they want to experience the destination. They want to be among the people, they want the food, the music, etc. And so what you're also seeing is, even though some visitors are coming and staying in all-inclusive hotels, they are actually going out to eat, and they want the Jamaican experience. We're also seeing whereby visitors are coming here and popularizing spots, and they're posting these, and so the visitors who are coming behind them are wanting to visit these places. And so that is why it is very, very critical that we seek to do as much as we possibly can to curtail crime in the destination.
All right. Sorry, I was just about to pretty much say what she just said, because remember, that is exactly where I am. The guests come directly to me. I book the excursions. Oh, guys, I have the best job in tourism. You should know that. My job entails speaking to the tourists, telling them the things that they should do while they're here. Right? A lot of them nowadays come already knowing what they want to do. Oh, I saw some girls on the raft. I saw it on Real Housewives of Atlanta doing the foot massage, the bamboo rafting, stuff like that. People come here already knowing what they want to do. People go as far as say, Rochelle, can I come to your house? I'm sure you're cooking the real authentic Jamaican food, not what they have at the hotels and the restaurants. So as she said, people want the real experience. They want the real Jamaica, the way it used to be. Because, as I said, my grandma was in tourism. They used to come to our house, Christmas dinner, her bosses would come down, and they even, the infrastructure, they improved it so that they could come in, so we no longer had a little board house. Right after Gilbert, they built up our house because they want to still come to our house for Christmas dinner. You understand? So if we could get back to that kind of Jamaica. No, nobody not coming to Salt Spring.
So may I also share too that I'll share a story. A Juta driver shared with me recently that he was called to transfer visitors, a Jamaican and his wife in the diaspora with a daughter that's born in the US. And they were picked up and being transported, and they were lamenting that they want their daughter to have some experience about climbing a tree in Jamaica as they did as a child. And the Juta driver said, but I can't just stop, randomly any place. And they were lamenting, yes, man, we want to give her that experience, etc. And she said, I have a mango tree at home. And so they said, yes, yes. Took them. By the time she got home, she said, the child was up in the mango tree with the help of the father. and the mother was in the breadfruit tree and the father snapping her with 2 breadfruit against her cheek, and they were snapping photos. When they were dropped off at the hotel, they gave her $150 for that experience and $120 for the transfer. What am I saying? There are opportunities in tourism for entrepreneurship, for the building out of experiences.
And they want experiences. All right, so I have a Rodrika Thompson from Herbert Morrison. Are you here? Where are you? All right, so Rodrika, I hear that you have some questions or some points for us, and I want to take those now, if you have them. No, I was saying that I heard that you have some questions for us. Come right up. Come on. We want to hear from you. Give her a round of applause. If you come.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so we were supposed to do a presentation, so I was supposed to do a presentation on behalf of the Herbert Morrison. So what I have today is some guidelines that I think we as youths can do to contribute to the sustainability and the future-proofing of tourism for future generations. So, for the first one that I have is practicing the conservation of scarce resources and utilities, such as using alternate power sources such as solar and hydro energy in order to preserve those for the future generations coming, as well as reducing deforestation by promoting sustainable campaigns such as planting a tree. I'm sure that we have all seen, I think it was in the World Cup, or the Olympics, I think a few years ago, where they had brought persons to plant a tree on behalf of reforestation of the planet, as well as having frequent cleanup country campaigns like the one that we have, No Dirty Up Jamaica, in order to educate the public on keeping the island clean, promoting sustainable environmental impacts, effective and proper solid waste disposal so that the country can remain clean, because we as Jamaicans, we promote our environment as one of our main attractions to tourists, because that is what we use to get tourists to come into our country. So we promote our flora and fauna, our roads, our waterfalls, our natural attractions, and that is what we have that tourists can benefit from when they come here, as well as utilizing technology in order to create more advances for the public and for tourists coming into Jamaica. So having the use of, say for example, at the airport, where you have the kiosk check-in, that would be a lot more beneficial to tourists and public persons using it, as well as increasing public education in practicing good environmental habits, such as putting waste into bins, recycling, that I believe that is a good. We do some sort of recycling where we have the collection of plastic bottles that we bring in to exchange, as well as just teaching local citizens in the 6 resort areas of sustainable practices of development of the country. But that is all I have for today. To me, tourism is Jamaica's most lucrative economy. as the future, need to preserve tourism in order for it to keep benefiting us and our country. Because without tourism, Jamaica, basically, without tourism, Jamaica dies. We as a culture, we promote tourism with our food, our bubbly personalities, as Miss said. We basically do a lot for tourism just by being ourselves, just by presenting our culture to the world. As the saying goes, we lick about with talawa. So a lot of the world knows about us as Jamaica, and in order to future-proof tourism for us, we need to practice suitable guidelines in order to preserve those practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Very good. Some very good points. Some very good points that she brought up.
Yes, indeed.
Very, very good points, and we can learn from that. And I heard that you're a part of the Tourism Action Club. Oh, you are the president of the Tourism. All right, the Tourism Action Club in the schools. One of the driving forces of these youngsters. Now I'm going to open the floor because I know that some of the students have questions for us. Okay. Can we have a mic down there for her, please?
Hello, can you guys hear me? I want to say something that I have learned from this lesson from, I don't remember your name exactly. I am a student from Anchovy High. The lady in the blue, as where you say you come from, South Spring. I want to say something to every one of the students. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter where you live. If you come from Albion or wherever, it doesn't matter what you do. Is what you go at, what institution, whatever school you go to, is what you go there and do and what you come out with. And to all of the tourism students, I wish you all the best today. And I have learned a lot from this lesson. Thank you.
Thank you. And I echo that every step of the way. It is not where you're coming from. Okay. Love that. Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon. My name is Shanae Dias. I'm also a member of Herbert Morrison and the Tourism Club. And we were supposed to do a presentation, but unfortunately, Rodrigo and I were supposed to do the presentation, but unfortunately there wasn't enough time. So I'll quickly state my points and what I think the future of tourism should be. So, according to Google, virtual reality is a computer-generated environment with scenes and objects that appear to be real, making the user feel as if they're immersed in their surroundings. This environment is perceived through a device known as a virtual reality helmet or headset. I think that virtual engineers should map attractions, bringing them into the 3D world. This would be used as a preview to the attraction to entice customers to visit or as a cheaper alternative to traveling. This virtual reality opens the door to luxury travel for those who are restricted by disabilities, health complications, or even events like the pandemic. As people opt for virtual traveling, there will be a decline of physical visitors, lessening the human impact on the environment and said attractions. With this innovation, it will be possible to create new attractions without exhausting the country's resources. As students and the future of tourism, attractions can be used for educational purposes, such as carrying out field trips in virtual reality and allowing students to interact with and learn about objects or animals they wouldn't usually have access to, such as prehistoric creatures or outer space. With virtual reality and the rise in the trend of tourism and technology, we should always look to the future and look to students to bring about this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Virtual reality. What they call it, Nadine, the metaverse? Okay, do we have a question down there?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It is not really a question. It is commendation on the persons who host or organize this forum. I sat and I listened, and I agree with our lone gentleman. As an educator, it pains me sometimes when we try to reach our boys, and for whatever reason, they seem not interested. There's a block somewhere. And I'm going to take the miss there in the black who said she worked with Mount Salem, the boys in Mount Salem. I endorse your suggestion because, as I said to myself, and I was sharing with some persons at the back, far too long I have gone to summit and forum, and to me all they do is chat, and we talk for the entire time, and then there is nothing after. And I'm saying to you, madam, I am putting myself out there because I want to be a part of this change. With the boys, honestly, how do we reach our boys? And I hear another panelist said about teachers being paid and they're going to the hotels and so, but I'm saying if a person is in the hotel industry and the person can't read, what are they doing about it? Because I'm saying, put in some programs. Don't wait on the government. Institute some program so that those persons who never have one CXC, my God, by the time them finish 6 years, they should have one. And you move them from point 0 to somewhere. But don't sit and say they have all these skills and they can't do anything and you blame it at the feet of teachers. Because everything in Jamaica now that is bad and negative is the teacher cause it. So, madam, I count me on board. I am at Manning School, the best in the West.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And she just made a point that is very, very potent. I was working at this one establishment, and I was there as their learning and development manager. And I remember one of the servers came to me one day and, you know, Mr. Thompson, I only have one CXC, but I really want to go and do a certificate in something. So I said, okay, let's start with the one CXC. And let's do 2 CXCs each year. I went back to the institution 3 weeks ago. I was passing through, went there to do some training. And I hear this person running behind me. Mr. T, you know, so 6 CXC me have now? And guess what? I signed up for a certificate program, a supervisory management program. So I'm saying all of that to say this. You start with your one, you add. You keep developing, keep moving, keep going forward. All right? One step at a time, one step at a time. One by one, you'll get there. All right? Any other question from the... Okay.
Yes.
Finally, a gentleman asking a question or saying something from down there. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. This question that I'm going to ask can be answered by any of the panelists up there. So I'm just wondering that how can us as students improve the rate at which tourism is being done throughout our country?
I didn't get the last part. You said something about improve?
Yes, improve the rate of which tourism is being done throughout our country.
Did it? Can you? Okay, I'm not hearing the last part.
To improve the rate at which tourism is being done throughout our country.
Oh, improve the rate.
Yes.
Okay. So can we improve the rate at which tourism is done in the country?
Us as students. Us as students.
Well, the Jamaica Tourist Board is responsible for the marketing of the destination, but what it requires is persons within the destination, like I said earlier, taking ownership of tourism. Taking ownership of tourism means that you protect the product, protect the visitors. That's the role that students can play. I know how many persons in here, parents or family member, work in the tourism industry?
Wow.
Quite a lot. I had a similar experience recently. I made a presentation to some students. Almost 100% of them had family members or household members who worked within the industry. And so as students, you can start within your own space, you know, and to impress upon your family members, your community, the importance of tourism to the Jamaican economy and how each of us has a stake in protecting this industry, this very vibrant industry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we got the wrap-up signal, but I know there was one more from that gentleman. He has been trying to get in blue. Just one more question.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I am Olivia Shaw Lavelle. I'm the Chief Visionary Officer at Women of Destiny, Jamaica. And my question is, well, anyone on the panel could answer, but for Rochelle, you mentioned the fact that we have to show up despite the challenges that we're having. But one thing I would want to add to that is that we have to implement policies or avenues where we have safe spaces where persons can actually go through the mental health outcome. Like you need a space where you can break down, like a pun on the break room, and you can then show up and offer your best service. We cannot expect that our tourists will get the best version of Jamaica when our people are affected by trauma. And we have far too many broken people serving and cannot do it properly. So that also affects us. But addition to that, Mrs. Dyer mentioned sports development, if I'm correct, someone mentioned, if I'm not correct, but you talked about sports developments as a factor that affects Jamaica. But when we think about prevention of violence, and we have to go back to prevention instead of just intervention for our crime and managing our crime, one of the strategies that we can use and for our men to get them involved, because we don't see a lot of men right now because they're watching World Cup. And that's just a fact, right? The men love sports, and if we want to get to our boys who will be the future men, we have to use the avenue that they're attracted to. And how can we build a cultural exchange with sports? So bringing in teams to play in the futsal competition in Mount Salem or Granville or Salt Spring, and how do we take the best and the most valuable player and send him across to represent as an ambassador? You know, these are some of the things that can also boost our economy, if you may agree. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Conroy.
Thank you. All right. He really wants to ask that one question, so I just need to get him the question, and that's it. We have to wrap up.
Conroy, can I quickly just respond to her about the trauma? Please, I just want to. And I meant to just wrap up in terms of future-proofing tourism, in terms of resilience. We spoke about sustainability and innovation, but I won't expound on that. I want to share that as Adam Stewart was speaking this morning, it brought me back to something very personal about showing up for work and showing up as your best self and doing your job. And I remember an incident when I worked at Air Jamaica. My son was held up and his cell phone taken and he was stabbed. One of his lungs collapsed and I had to leave Jamaica on a flight that afternoon. And when I spoke to the doctor and I assessed the situation, it was very traumatizing for me as a mother. And I spoke to the doctor and I said, listen, what do I do? If I don't do this flight, it's going to be canceled. They didn't have anybody else to take the flight out as a purser. And he said to me, we are fighting and we will do everything. Go, because in staying, you are going to become more traumatized because there's nothing that you can do. And so I had to put on my uniform. I boarded that flight, and no one on that flight could tell what I was going through. I stood at that door, greeted every single passenger, and executed my task. Needless to say, when I got to my hotel room was when I took off my clothes and I just bawled. And so that's what it means, showing up for work and showing up as your best self every single time.
Thank you. All right, so the final question for the gentleman, and we wrap right up.
It's not really a question, but hi, my name is Prince Lewis, and I'm from
Can't hear you at all.
It's not really a question, it's a suggestion, but my name is Prince Lewis, and I'm representing Sharp Teachers College as special educators. I believe the best way to stop the monster, as you said, sir, is to apply more jobs. I believe that all the kids want are jobs, because without jobs, they're going to resort to crime and violence to get a form of income. There is no other way for them, which we're seeing. I'm a college student, right? And there's no part-time jobs for me to work or even pay my own school tuition, because we're all adults now. Our parents are not responsible for us anymore. We have to go on our own and get our own money to pay for our future education. So I think the best way to stop the monster is to provide jobs, and the best way to get college students to stop dropping out of college, because most of my family members fall out because they didn't have money to give. It's for tuition, so they fall out of school. But if we apply part-time jobs for our college students, they will get money to pay their school tuitions. If there is not enough job in Jamaica, people say Jamaica is a third world country. I believe that now, from what I have seen, but I don't want it to be like that, right? More jobs, more part-time jobs for our college students and those who are falling out of school are falling behind. Jobs, more jobs and more part-time jobs is the only way we can make the crime stop and make higher education more accessible for students like us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that's something a lot of students, especially college students, do struggle, especially if they have to do school and is the one paying for school. So very good. Thank you so much for your comment and your time. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for coming and for listening to us. Thank you, my able panelists. It was a pleasure and an honor for me to sit here with you. And I hope that the students would have gotten the value from what it is that we discussed today as we future-proof tourism for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Connie. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name, and she tell me that her name is Jamaica.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for staying with us. We hope that you were fully entertained and educated, and thank you for your insight and just sticking with us throughout this entire summit. And so, as we move forward, earlier we had our team leader, Tasania, presenting a memento to Mr. Stewart since he had to leave early. We will now show our appreciation to our other speakers and panelists. We again call upon our team leader, Tasania Samuels, to present to Mr. Russell.
Love at first sight. Ooh,
Fiona will present to Mrs. Michelle Collin McKenzie.
What's your name? And she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Oh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. Whenever you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Lord, hey, she have a rich
Amanda
history.
Dawkins will present to Miss Patrice Jones.
Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss of a nice sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronix is here to your help, mama.
Shanice Carr will present to Mrs. Nadine Spence.
Ooh, I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. Ooh, I met a girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she tell me in the topics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Chronix. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name, and she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile.
Mrs. Odette Dyer will be presented with a token by Serena Buchanan, who will also move into the vote of thanks. But first, Miss Buchanan, Mrs. Dyer.
I'm here for you, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Lord, hey, she have a rich history. A beautiful woman with the sweetest gifts. Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss of a nice sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired of the exploit and the liars.
Shoyan Smith will present to Mr. Conroy Thompson.
But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronix is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I say, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile.
We now want to make a special presentation to our lecturer, Miss Suzette Brown. Miss Brown has been one of the most wonderful lecturers. We could not have done this without her. Miss Brown, Tasania.
The one drop beat pan a rhythm. Are you give them bob with a different step in? Are you give them bolt, nobody can run left him. Boy, but see ya, they must see you say you're out of idea.
Shanoy Garden will present to Joy Clark.
You're gonna make the world see the better picture. I said no worry yourself, mama. Chronix is here to your help, mama. Hey, I said no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me I beg you do for me. And I said smile, yeah, smile, boy. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said smile, yeah, smile.
Come, Miss Brown.
Never you cry.
Come, Tasania, please present to our lecturer, Miss Brown.
Try clip we wings, somehow we can't fly out. But when we there, yeah, not nice like Jamaica, was fruit and banana.
She wasn't expecting it, guys, that's why.
Under the tree with a glass of lemonade. Jumping on the river when me ready for pain. No boy can't buy me out, me no foreign-minded, no way compared to Jamaica. Jamaica love, we wanna feel Jamaica love. Everybody wanna visit Jamaica.
You're welcome.
Jamaica love.
Okay, Miss Buchanan, please return to give our vote of thanks. Miss Buchanan?
Them try clip we wings, somehow we can't fly out. But when we there, yeah, nothing nice like Jamaica, rosemary fruit and banana. Under the tree with a glass of lemonade, jumping on the river when we ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Distinguished attendees, a pleasant afternoon to you all. On behalf of the tourism management students at the University of the West Indies, Mona School of Business, Western Jamaica campus, we would like to acknowledge and thank all attendees for accepting our invitations. To my team members, thank you for your hard work, your commitment, and dedication towards this event. Without you, this event would not be a success. As they say, teamwork makes the dream work, right? We would also like to express our sincere gratitude to our sponsors, Montego Bay Convention Center, for being a lovely host and a supporter from the very start. The Tourism Enhancement Fund and MBJ Airports Limited for their donations, Digicel, Thai Flower Lux, VIP Attractions Limited, Hanover Bee Farmers Cooperative Society, 876 Beachwear, Life Call, Rhythm FM, Giggles Imaging and Video Production, and last but not least, Limitless Printing and Designs. We are most delighted by your presence. Thank you for your sponsorship, and we hope that based on our relationship we have established for future groups, we will have your support. To our main speakers, Mr. Robin Russell and Mr. Adam Stewart, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to educate us about the importance of tourism. To all our panelists, thank you for taking the time out to educate us about the trends in tourism, as well as opportunities that are available to tap into. To all the persons who made their personal contributions in one way or another, from Rudy, who designed our flyer, Craig at the University of the West Indies main office, who assisted our printing, and to our assessors, including our lecturer, and Speedy Prince, we say thanks. As you can see, tourism is working for us, and it can work for you too. Take the next step as your future awaits you. Thank you.
We sincerely hope you had all benefited from this Jamaica Youth Tourism Summit today. It was truly a great experience interacting with all of you. We hope you'll now have a better understanding of the industry and that some of you will see a career and future in Jamaica's tourism industry. Have a great rest afternoon. Thank you all.
Go on with it, go on with it. Yeah, is it? Are you kidding me? Yeah. So we are coming with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends that take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we poured then only set the road and we go on with the road.
Pull up another party, yeah. I ain't not watching nobody, yeah. Pull up another Rari, yeah. Bare feelings that I carry. Pull up another Audi, yeah. I ain't not watching nobody, yeah. Pull up another car, yeah. I ain't watching nobody but you. Pull up another Lada. But me have the Benz and the Prada. And a couple brand new order. All of them fully don't matter.